It's 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Thursday, July 18th, 2024 at 3:49 p.m.
All right, thank you. At this time, let's stand brief for a moment of silence, and then we'll have a pledge to the flags. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pledge to the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. All right, thank you. All right, at this time, if there's any members of the public who want to come forward and speak to the court on business matters, please do so at this time. All right, yes, sir.
I'm Clay Clemens.
Yes, need to come here, name and address.
My name is Clay Clemens, and I'm representing Prairie Chapel Schoolhouse Museum. My mother-in-law here is Radine Weber. She is the president of the board. I've pretty much been nominated to get bids and everything like that for any kind of updates to the school that we need. Back in May, we had a bad storm come through, did a lot of hail damage to the north wall, busted windows, tore all the siding up, and we've already done, I believe, about $7,700 worth of upgrades to the school already before that storm came. We're a nonprofit. It's owned by the county, and we don't have the amount of money to fix the north wall. And knowing the county's insurance, we didn't meet the deductible, and we just don't have the money right now. Along with the rain, we haven't been able to do fundraisers. So we're just asking the county for any kind of possible amount of money that we could get to help with repairing the school, siding, windows. We've went ahead and approved the windows to be replaced. We're waiting on those to come in to at least try to seal it off the best we can. But the siding, it's a large wall and it just takes a lot. And then we don't know what's underneath. We have termite damage that we've come across when we did the front porch, and that's added cost in. But until you get underneath it and pull that stuff off, you don't know what's there. So we're asking the county for any kind of available money that we could get to help with the repairing the school.
Okay, is that your appreciation?
Yes.
All right, if you would.
Ken has, we'll be in touch. Ken, we've already looked at it and started talking about it.
Okay.
And so, yes, we'll, if you guys get a little bit more of a firm estimate.
Yes, we do have an estimate. What we've already paid, I have one here, and y'all are more than welcome to have it. It's the total, and then it shows what we spent this year, our balance, and then
Okay. Let me,
everything like that.
So
But that's
my
the-
question is, the county owns that building?
you already verified it.
Okay, all right.
And then
Well, then we got it.
this is the one, that's the part that we're not doing, we don't have the money for. This is what we have already approved, and the windows are coming. So the total is $12,040.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
I appreciate y'all.
All right, thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Okay, anybody else? If not, I'd like to ask Zane Dunham to come up and make a introduction.
Thank you, Judge. It's my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce the new Assistant County Engineer, Amy Bartley Highland, and the Engineering Specialist, Allison Duncan.
Yeah, welcome.
So if y'all see them running about, interacting with you, you'll know that they do
Yeah.
work for the engineering department.
Okay, good.
One left at the city?
we
Ones are going.
That's right.
Hey, it was about time, right?
That's awesome.
It's been
That's
a long
great.
time.
Congratulations.
It's been
Welcome,
a long time
welcome
coming.
aboard.
So give us a little bit of y'all's background, please.
Well, most recently, I was the Director of Public Works for the City of Waco for the last 6 years. Worked for Colleen for a short period of time, and then I was in private industry for a long time before that, doing highway maintenance work. And I also have 15 years with the Department of Transportation in the Northeast.
Good, thank you.
I was working in the planning department at the city, mostly processing the subdivision applications for city and for ETJ. Prior to that, had some civil drafting experience, and then I also served in the Army for 10 years.
Okay,
About
appreciate your
sums
service.
it up. You're welcome.
Great, yes.
Thank you.
I did notice that Zane's standing up taller and doesn't seem to have as much weight on his shoulders.
I will become more relaxed as time goes on in the near future.
Yeah, that's, this is good. I'm.
Right.
Good news.
I'm
Yeah.
Go
I'm
so
inspired.
long and not
Yeah,
find anybody.
right,
and
yeah.
you get two at
Two-
once.
And then two at once,
Good
that's
one,
great,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
good.
awesome.
Well, very nice to meet y'all.
Thank y'all.
We look-
Appreciate you coming on
Look
board.
forward to working with you.
Yeah. Zane, thank you. sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you for the
Thank you.
time.
Y'all have a good day.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back.
Thank you.
Okay,
I was working in the planning department at the city, mostly processing
Good
the subdivision
feedback.
applications
Good
for
feedback.
city and for ETJ.
all right, going
Prior to
to,
that, had some
under D
civil
and
drafting
proclamations and
experience, and then
resolutions.
I also served in the Army for 10 years.
We have
Appreciate
two
you.
resolutions that Tracy's brought forward.
I did notice
Tracy,
that
you want
Zane's standing up taller and doesn't
talk
seem to
about
have as
those?
much
What-
weight on his shoulders. Hang on.
There's nothing worse than hearing a bad joke twice.
I know it. I'm sorry.
This is good.
I've known you've had to listen to that twice. I wouldn't have said anything.
Thank you. I'll be quick. Good morning, Commissioners and Judge.
Morning.
So the first proclamation was for the Jefferson Moore High School 50th reunion for the class of 1974. They all got together as they do every 10 years, and they celebrate their reunion. So that was a proclamation for that. This last proclamation was a bit more heartfelt, as Miss Rosetta Stone, which is, if you all eat at the Sassy's restaurant on 9th Street, that is her mother. She turned 104 years old last Saturday. And so her wish was to have mail come to her, and they put it on a Facebook post. And so her wish was not to go anywhere or get anything. She loved opening mail. And so if you hear her story, and you don't rarely, actually, we meet someone that's turning 104 years old. It's just an honor to be in her presence. She's still in her right mind. She gets up and dresses herself every day. She walks. She goes to church faithfully, and she can tell you a thing or two also about history and things that are going on. But she's just a joy to be around. And I thought it was just so fitting to get a proclamation from the county and present it to her. And they opened it up on Facebook, and she was just overjoyed to be honored by the county on her 104th birthday.
Okay, I make a motion, we approve D1 and D2.
Second.
Have a motion, second, any other discussion?
Thank you for doing that.
No other
Absolutely.
discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Thank you.
All right, under the consent agenda, recommended pulls are E3A, E3B, E3C, E3D, E3E, and E7. Are there any other recommended pulls not previously mentioned? If not, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulls mentioned?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. All right, let's see, let's go to, under items, L2. This is regarding Texas Parks and Wildlife Local Park Grant Program authorization and grant application related resolution documents. So, I think we have the Mundos here.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. Good morning.
Busy preparing the grant application. At the end of May, you will approve a Parks and Recreation plan for the county. And the next step in implementing this plan was to prepare the grant application for the Texas Parks and Wildlife for the Trading House Lake Park. And we're in the process of doing that, and one of the requirements is to complete a resolution of the court approving the grant application, and then assurances saying that you'll set aside the necessary funds if you are awarded the grant application. The enhancements for the park are based on the survey that was conducted in January. Your citizens wanted more trails, and we will have trails around the perimeters of each of the 6 parks. There's really Park 1A and B, which is 3, 4, 5. And so there will be trails around that'll be accessible to everybody. And in addition to that, the public wanted a playground and more beaches. We'll have a playground, all accessible playground in 1B, and a sand volleyball court in 1B and 4, to add more recreational opportunities there at the park. As you saw when Lake Waco was closed because of the spring floods, there was an awful lot of use of the Trading House Lake Park. It's a countywide facility, and people really love the beaches. There will be expansion of the beaches at each of the parks. There'll be a wildlife viewing station at the park on Pavelka, and to allow people to see the ducks and habitat that enjoy the lake, along with all the people that are looking at it. And we'll have 20 primitive tent sites at 1A for people that want to do camping at the park and enjoy the treat area that's really between 1A and 1B. So we've got a lot of things planned. There will be some dredging that will be done in front of the Somerville ramp. It seems the wind seems to bring a lot of the materials up to that ramp, and to open that up particularly during low water times, whenever that's going to occur again, I don't know. We had low water times last year, but we certainly got a lot of water this year. So we've got a lot of improvements and enhancements planned. This is a planning document. It's not an engineering document at this time. Engineering would be done in the next step if the grant was awarded. It's competitive, but you have been working hard with your plan, master plan, and also with these plans, so that it should be competitive for an award. The grant would be for $750,000. It would need to be matched. Those funds would need to be matched, but they don't come out of one budget. They come out of several budgets. If you're awarded the grant, probably next year there would be engineering, and then construction would probably be in years 2 and 3. Any questions?
Any questions you might have?
On the grant, do they ever, is it an all or none, or do they award ever like a percentage of what we're asking for, or is it just, this is what we want, and we either get this amount or we don't get anything?
Generally, it's the full award.
It's a full award? Okay, okay.
I've not run into where they've done less.
Got it, okay.
Yeah.
And it's a 50% match.
It's a 50/50.
50% match, yes.
Okay.
And one of the
And-
things we're looking is with the Friends of Trading House Village is to enhance some of the expenses with in-kind donations. All inclusiveness for the park includes in our plans the GIRT, G-I-R-T wheelchairs, which are wheelchairs for all-terrain vehicles that you can use. And we're going to have the Friends of Trading House go out to corporations and the general public to see if they'd like to contribute to the cost of up to 6 of those GIRT all-terrain vehicles. Those vehicles are between $3,000 and $6,000, but they're very user-friendly and can be repaired with mountain bike parts if they're damaged in any way. But with the GIRT wheelchairs available, all-terrain, they would be, then people with accessibilities would be able to use the trails.
That's neat. Okay.
And any engineering that would need to be done, like building a jetty or that to protect the haul ramp, is it the haul ramp where the where the sand almost got stuck. Is it the hall? Yeah, silting in so much.
Yeah, the hall in
That would-
Somerville
we could spend this money on that.
Yes.
Okay.
The dredging would be part of this
Dredging
grant
and
application.
I guess you would really want to engineer anything that,
Yeah, there would be a design associated with that. We do have preliminary estimate from a dredging company that TJ had investigated. We're
Okay.
using their recommendations
great.
at this planning point.
Now, one of the challenges we have is that lake is shallow, and it's hard to find boat ramp in the deep water.
Yeah.
And so preventing silting is going to be an important part of it.
We're planning a jetty there to help with maintain the dredging.
Yeah.
That is, if you're gonna dredge it, you definitely need a jetty there to keep.
Yeah, that's part of the
maintaining it.
plans
Yeah.
at this time.
That's the expensive part of the plan.
Yeah, it is, I'm sure, right. But as a user of Trading House here in the flood of Waco, I'm all for this. This is great.
It really is an economic asset. You have a lot of statewide events now occurring at Trading House Lake, including the recent one, the rowing competition. So it adds to the awareness of this great natural resource that you have here, the park and the enhancements.
All right. So,
So I'd make a motion that we authorize the grant application and related resolution documents.
all right,
Second.
second, have a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next, I'd like to go to items L3. It's regarding the Texas General Land Office Local Hazard Mitigation Plan Program and authorization of grant application. Tim or Ryan looks like is here.
Judge Felton, Commissioners, good morning. So much like the last presenter, we are in the process of updating our countywide hazard mitigation plan. This is part of the five-year plan update, and after conversations with our staff, stakeholders, and a couple of other external stakeholders, we had reached the conclusion that the best thing to do was to seek a grant from the General Land Office for the purpose of creating a more in-depth hazard mitigation plan. This plan, unlike our kind of basic plans, is much more encompassing in nature. It's several hundred pages. It covers all different sorts of things within various communities, and what that will probably entail is we wanted to use these funds to hire a contractor to go into the various communities, hold public meetings, do all of the mapping, to develop and to produce the best plan we could for the county. The county continues to grow, and as does our office, and so along with that, we felt that this time around, rather than rushing to put out something very, very quick, we could be more deliberate and produce a plan that will not only enable the county to go after mitigation funds in the here and now, but future-proof against future issues that may come up. And so this plan, this grant is for $100,000. There is no match. However, it is important to make the court aware. When we did this in 2019, we only got 16 cities to participate. I wasn't here yet. I don't quite know the backstory, and I don't quite know why. But this time, we're going to shoot for all 20, and we feel pretty confident that we can do that. We have also had Baylor and MCC express interest in joining the plan, which is really encouraging. The more people who are a part of this, the better we do as a county. But by the nature of the thing, when we have more jurisdictions, the price goes up. So we don't anticipate the price of going over the $100,000 grant. However, we can't say that it won't happen, and unfortunately, we won't know the exact cost until we go out for bid. And there are a couple of options if it does go over, and we can talk about that in greater detail if the court is interested. But at this rate, I wanted to explain what the grant was for and the purposes behind seeking it.
Okay. Any questions or comments?
What is the difference between this and the CWPP that we're currently working on? And is this going to be on top of the CWP? Are we going to, I'd hate for us to duplicate a bunch of services that are already being accomplished with the CWPP.
So those two efforts are completely different. They focus on completely different things. The hazard mitigation grant is a much larger and encompassing document that is required of us by the state to have.
Okay, for TDM or?
For TDM, for the governor's office, on top of the fact that it's good business to have it. So this is a much larger effort. The wildfire protection program dealt with wildland-urban interface and trying to lessen. It's targeted to one particular mitigation project, being wildfire mitigation. The hazard mitigation plan covers all of the potential hazards to McLennan County and is a much more all-encompassing effort.
Any other questions or comments? All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Before you leave, later on the schedule, we've got burn ban. You sent some information Friday that this weather's changing as we saw coming in to work today.
Yes.
And that probably right now, burn ban wouldn't be something you'd recommend.
No, sir. I understood the concern. As of last week, our KBDI rather, sorry.
Yeah.
Words are hard this morning. Was over 600. I can imagine that's dropped by at least a couple of 100 points with the rain coming in and temperature's going to stay low. I think in the here and now we'll be okay.
And generally I'll hear something from volunteer firefighters, and you do too. And I haven't heard anything from them that they're concerned about anything.
No, attended the association's meeting last night.
Okay,
It never
good.
even came up.
Good. Other questions? Anyone else? All right, appreciate your input.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'd like to go to item N2 under Texas Agri-Life Extension Service presentation regarding the community programs. And so, April, is that right? April Strickland?
April's here.
I am here.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. So like they said, I am the Better Living for Texans extension agent for our county. There is only one of me. We're hoping to get a second here soon, but I just wanted to share with you a little bit. So you are getting an adult and youth program brochure that talks about the different programs that I get to offer within the county. Better Living for Texans is a SNAP-Ed funded grant program. So I do target areas that are SNAP receiving or SNAP eligible families, and also individuals that support those type of programs. So all in all, here in McLennan County, I kind of get to be all over the place, which is really nice. This is the very beginning of my third year with the Extension Office, so I thought it was about time I come and just kind of introduce myself and just tell you a little bit about the story over these last 2 years of my programming here within the county. So I've had the opportunity, you'll see on the screens kind of playing all around the room, out of the hundreds, maybe even 1,000 pictures that I have, I just chose a few that are here from the last few weeks of camps here around town. But it's been really neat not having to kind of duplicate efforts, I would say. I've been able to work with Waco ISD, Waco Family Medicine, a lot of grassroots community development, a lot of organizations and nonprofits that are, we can strengthen each other versus me trying to recreate the wheel, as they say. And because I am grant funded, it's been really neat being able to partner with these organizations and expand our effort and have even a larger impact. I have been here in Waco for 7 years. from San Antonio, Texas, and I have just absolutely loved being here. My husband and I have 5 daughters, and we don't plan to go anywhere. We really have enjoyed seeing them grow up here in the county, and I would love to stay with Extension until I retire. But yeah, I just as far as Better Living for Texans, we focus on nutrition education, physical activity implementation, programming, and also gardening because it marries the two, right? More data is coming out that if residents are being able to start their own small backyard gardens, they're more active because they're bending, shoveling, sweating, and they're also consuming these vegetables and herbs and delicious things that they're growing because they're so proud of growing them, right? They put all this time and effort into them, and they're also saving money at the grocery store from not having to purchase some of these items. And it's just a beautiful thing, them being outside in nature and being able to support their family in that way. So yeah, I just wanted to share with y'all kind of what I've been doing. I'm super excited moving forward with some more partnerships with Shepherd's Heart, with Family of Faith Worship Center. We're looking at helping families from food distributions, like knowing what to do when they get those vegetables. Sometimes some of the vegetables that they get, they don't even know what they are. So teaching them and being to educate them to be able to utilize those resources and, not them go to waste or not them throw them out because, they just culturally, they've never had to cook with them or use them before. So yeah, this morning I just wanted to say thank you so much for all of y'all's support for the Extension office as a whole. And it's just been a very pleasure serving here in McLennan County. Thank you.
Any questions for April?
So, April, if you need to log some miles for your walk across Texas, you can put me down for 450 miles so far this year.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And I'll be more than happy to join any team or whenever you kick that off.
Okay.
Just let me know, and I'll come to the meeting or whatever.
Yeah,
I'm at 450 miles. So
okay,
far,
that is amazing. Yes, the City of Waco, the Public Health Department, and I, we do our big countywide walk across Texas kickoff in September.
September.
So I will
Okay,
definitely be reaching out to you.
I'll look for that for certain.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, he got a jump start.
Put me down for the starting pistol.
All right, sounds good.
And also, too, do you
Tell
do
me,
the Mediterranean cooking classes?
So, no, that's going to be Rachel Escobar. I think she was here a couple of weeks back or last month. She's our new family and community health agent.
Oh, okay.
So she does more of the chronic disease and preventable classes.
Yeah.
For me, my funding is all free. Hers are fee-based, so she has a little bit different programming that she's allowed to do. But yeah.
I just saw that walking across Texas, and that's
Smith?
really cool.
Yeah, I just want to say hats off to the people who develop these programs and
bet.
also to those who implement these programs. They're
agree.
really excellent. They really, really are. And put me down for supporting Will.
All right, sounds good. Thank y'all. Have a good day.
All right, take care. 5 daughters, wow. All right, is there a motion to approve a report for recording purposes?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you. All right, so Dustin, you want to jump in? I guess we'll go back up under the pulled items and under E3A, under precinct 2 vacancy, just no action.
Yes, sir. So we'll move on to item E3B. It's HR matter for the tax office. Anna?
Good
Morning,
morning,
Anna.
everyone.
Glad to see you back.
Yes, I'm glad to be back. Especially on this busy back-to-back day we're gonna have. It's
Yep.
exciting.
Back to back to back.
Yes. So I have an item here for the tax office. They are requesting authorization to fill a vacancy prior to the exhaustion of paid time off that's accrued by the retiring or retired employee because they actually have already left the position after, they're planning to leave the position at the end of this month, and it's an important position. It's their property tax manager position. And they're not set to exhaust that PTO until September 5th. And because they feel the need that this management position be filled, they want the ability to fill it by August 4th.
That's pretty quick, so is there already a posting out there?
Yes, they were already working with our office to
Okay.
accept applications internally for the position.
Okay. Okay, well, that's a position they have to have.
Yes.
Yeah. Any questions for Anna on this one? What's the pleasure?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass. Thank you.
E3C is consideration and or action on departmental and department head incentive pay requests.
Okay, so on this item, I have here, could we take care of E3E? It's a very similar request to what we just covered.
Yes.
Is that okay? Okay. So I have a request here from the county sheriff's office for the Jack Harwell Detention Center. Again, requesting authorization to fill a vacancy. It's to ensure that they don't have nursing staff shortages. And so they have an exiting licensed vocational nurse, or LVN. This is position 1351. It was vacant as of July 9th. And it's not set to exhaust until August 9th, so that's about a month. And they want to fill the position effective July 23rd.
And like the last one, it's important to have that filled quickly, correct?
Medical department, overtime costs are gonna go up exponentially more than buying out the time.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
So I can cover now E3C, that was discussion and action on departmental and department head incentive pay requests. So I have here a summary of the submitted requests for incentive pay. So we issued incentive pay lists to all departments so they can actually identify or designate the individual payout amounts for all eligible employees. We have that back, and that's what's being presented here. Like we have in previous years, we have a general incentive pay book that's presented that is all eligible county employees receiving a payout. And then we have a separate book for department head incentive pay, because that needs to be confirmed and allotted by the Commissioner's Court. I have information here summarizing the amounts of payout that we received from departments. And so the average score is a 7 for most employees. That's the majority of folks fall into that 7 score, and the average payout received by those scoring that amount is almost $1,200, $1,199.75. And we have very few outlier scoring this year, probably the best so far since the inception of the program. We had one department that we identified that gave multiple 10s for their department, but they actually followed the guidance that we issued at the beginning of the evaluation season this year, which is if you're scoring this high, please be sure to provide specific examples for this employee's performance that warranted this high score, and they did that. And so they provided great detail on specific projects.
How many total employees under that?
2 employees.
2 10s?
Yes,
And there's only 2 people in the,
that's correct. And so, but they gave very specific detail about the projects that these individuals initiated on their own, not necessarily prompted by the official. So we felt that that was in line with the guidance that we provided at the beginning of the evaluation season. An item that we always specifically identify as a request is the combination of personnel budgets for some of our offices that have multiple divisions. so that they can pull that 2% together. This is a typical request. We've done this pretty much every year that the program has existed, and so those are the tax office and the sheriff's office. So they're divisions that have employees that are eligible for incentive pay. Those divisions are combined, so they have the same 2% pool to work off of. So that request is outlined here in this proposal, and then we can separately, if the court wants to discuss, there's 2 items needing specific court discussion, and that is related to department head incentive pay. That's why we separate that book out. And then this year, there's a unique situation with an employee of the Road and Bridge Department. That's Ms. Tracy Guillory.
Yeah, I'd like to handle those in executive session after lunch.
Okay. And so outside of those, though, if the court would like to make a decision on the general book itself, we would recommend that for approval.
Questions? Highly unusual.
What's that?
Well, I think there's been a lot of work put into this.
No doubt.
And it's been, Anna's done a good job of making something very complex a little easier, but it still needs some work, in my opinion. But I mean, and then I commend all of the department heads and elected officials who did, take the time to thoroughly evaluate and not just give the 2 10s. And there ain't no 10, in my opinion. So, yeah.
It's interesting to note that the 10s are the 3rd lowest payout on average.
So, well, and I mean,
7, 8,
that's just
9s,
their, that's the percentage of their salary that causes, their salaries are.
And so,
Just to be on average, though, I'm just
Yeah,
finding
right.
that to be shocking.
Yeah, right.
and that essentially is by design, so that's the controls that are embedded in the policy and in the program. There's a 2% budget that officials are limited to, and it's up to them.
I have to ask my supervisor to not grade me so well.
Well, so that just goes to say what a good policy we have.
Yeah.
But we just
Subjective, and that's.
we just need an easier scoring system.
That would be my,
Yeah, we have good policy, but the system is kind of, I think the system needs to be tweaked for each individual department and what they're doing.
And we have a draft right now of a new evaluation tool that could still fit the program. And so we definitely appreciated the feedback we got this season for the tool itself and the program. And so that is in the works.
One of the things that happened is early on in the program, where some of the department heads or elected officials just didn't want someone to feel bad, so they gave them a high score. And then now when we get training and really understand, wait, we need to be more thoughtful, then you hate to back them off of that score that they got initially. And so for morale issues, and
Right.
you throw money around, that's, feelings get hurt, or, those things. That's a risk you take. But the overall reasoning for it is to get better performance. Have the folks that really want to make a showing and be proactive in best practices, and, even to the point that being efficient saves taxpayer money. And that's where the higher scores should come in too, where they being creative. But I agree with Commissioner Jones that this program has been embraced, and we're much better at doing it than we were in the past. And we've got great employees. We've got a lot of great employees, and some of them are greater than others, and they get in incentivized for being that way. And those that didn't get incentivized, many of them think, you know, I need to step up and do things that make an impression that I can prove out and help them move forward as well. And it helps us identify future leaders as well. Okay.
Agreed.
All right.
100%. What you said, and what Ben's thinking.
Yeah, boy. All right, so, what's
Do we
pleasure?
want
Go
to,
ahead.
so do we want to approve this as is with the exception of those?
Yes, sir.
Of those?
Those mentioned,
Those
department
mentioned.
heads, that one individual.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So I'd make a motion that we approve the departmental and department head incentive pay request, less the department head and one individual from precinct 2 after executive session.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Thank
Thank you.
All right, item E3D, discussion and/or action regarding adoption of pay salary structure changes as recommended by NFP compensation consultant. Anna?
Thank you. Yes. So this item here is a long time coming. We've been working on this since February of this year. And so the court was presented with compensation structure options from our compensation consultants, public sector personnel consultants, and NFP. We modeled both structures and we have a preference from the court on the NFP structure for its simplicity and the lower quantity of pay grades that were within the structure, and so this is what we've modeled out here for approval. What I have here is a request to approve the structures themselves. So NFP created or developed 3 pay structures to implement for our positions. One is a general or core structure for all non-law enforcement and corrections positions, and then a structure for law enforcement positions, and then a structure for our corrections positions. So those are the 3 structures that they've crafted for us. Those were crafted based on the salary survey benchmarks compiled by public sector, which were reviewed by HR and felt that they were all reasonable benchmarks, and the grades or structure built around the benchmarks also fit the county needs, so HR reviewed that as well. The structures come along with guidance for maintenance, and so we've documented that for a plan moving forward. That's also in this request. And NFP also, based on our position titles and functions, have assigned all county positions to a pay grade within their recommended structure. So that is also up for Commissioner's Court approval as well. So assigning the positions, establishing the structure that these positions will be assigned to, and then there is a cost associated with bringing positions to minimum. However, that's not a sticking point. That's something, of course, that we can discuss in further detail during.
Any outliers?
Yes, outliers. These are positions that are currently budgeted below what will be the new pay grade minimum.
They're not outliers now, but they will be if we adopt this, right? So there'll be a certain amount of them that we need to bring.
We need to bring to minimum.
Yeah.
Yes, and so both of the structures proposed had this as a result, that we would have to,
And would there be outliers on the top side?
yes.
Yeah.
There are there's 68 positions.
Yeah, I think that's right, 68.
That are non-step pay positions that are below the new minimums established. There's 37 positions that are above the newly established, or the soon-to-be established maximums.
And we decided that the COLA would be given in cash, but not applied to the budget, correct?
Well, we hadn't decided that, right? But
We talked about it.
That is going to be a discussion item during, because now we're getting into kind of how to plan for implementing these costs
The
moving
maintenance of
forward.
the,
What I have here is your request is to establish the structures themselves that have been reviewed by HR and that coincide with the benchmark survey information that was presented by public sector. So we're proposing for acceptance that benchmark survey, so everybody can see these consultants and the market midpoint that they found for our positions, our 130 titles that they reviewed, establishing the 3 structures, which are the minimum, mid, and max for all our positions, and then requesting approval of the actual position assignments to the grades within the new structures.
And during the budget workshop, we will get numbers on those outliers that are below or above? Is that when
Yes.
that'll take place?
yeah, the cost of
We
getting.
have a
Cost of getting there, okay, that's
you
fine.
have that cost here, correct?
Yes.
For the 68
Yeah.
and the 353?
Yes, these step pay positions, that's just cost to bring positions to the minimum of the new structure. However, there's a plan that'll be proposed to actually adjust the entire step plan program for those law enforcement and corrections positions.
So this cost of implementation is just the outliers
Correct.
and not the cost of implementing the actual new pay grades?
There's not a cost necessarily associated with implementing the structure itself, because that is just going to serve as our
This just
our
gets them
guidance
up to
moving
minimum.
forward to know where positions lie along
So
their range.
moving those positions in there isn't going to create an increase in salaries for anyone, you're saying?
Yeah, for the outliers that the
For
court
just
would-
the outliers?
Exactly.
Everybody else falls within a current
Yes.
salaries? Okay.
Within the minimum and the maximum range they'll be assigned to.
Okay.
So
Okay.
68 positions we felt amongst our almost 1,200 positions. It's not bad.
No, it's not.
It's not bad. It's
Not at
bad.
all.
And the
Not
dollar
at all.
amount is not,
Okay, so again, what you're asking
So,
for
yeah,
us to
what-
adopt the pay and salary structure changes
Yes, sir.
recommended by NFP.
Yes, sir. The structure itself and the position assignments, we're just assigning positions to a grade within the new structure.
Okay.
Any other thoughts on that? Any concerns that hadn't already been expressed or need to be?
I think we get into the budget part of it this afternoon, it'll be easier to see more of it right now. I think we're just,
So, okay. So we don't get the cart before the horse. If we have a problem with it this afternoon, we've already adopted this. Is that an issue? Should this be, since we're posted?
What we're agreeing to right
yeah,
now
we're only agreeing to about $300,000 right here.
Correct.
Well, even that necessarily you don't have to agree to right now. It's just the adoption of the structure. If,
And I mean, we could even go in and say, we'll do half of it
exactly.
this year and half of it next year. If we wanted.
Okay.
We're establishing the new goal lines.
but I said, I understand what the judges say, though.
I make a motion that we adopt the pay salary structure changes as recommended by NFP Consulting.
Second.
All right, have a motion second. Any other thoughts? All right. Call for vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass.
Thank you.
Okay, Dustin.
Right, moving on to item E7. This is the burn ban approval, extension, or termination. So Judge, I know Ryan spoke earlier, so I just believe we're just pulling with no action.
Yes, pull with no action.
All right, moving on to item, I believe Chris Collins is in court, so we can go to
Chris
item
is here.
G2.
This is here.
Yes.
This is item G2, authorization of development agreement with A&C Real Estate Investment Texas LLC and Electronic Fluorocarbons LLC. Chris?
Good morning.
Good morning. Glad to see
Do
everyone.
I have jet lag?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
You have before you a development agreement. Basically, it's a Chapter 381 agreement between the county and A&C Real Estate Investment Texas and Electronic Fluorocarbons LLC, also known as EFC. EFC Gases and Advanced Materials is the company that we've been working with for quite some time regarding an investment in the McGregor Industrial Park. EFC was founded in 2003. It's headquartered in Hopkins, Massachusetts, and they have two production facilities in Pennsylvania, one in Hatfield and one in Cherryville. This company is a producer of specialty gases that are used in very unique fields, particularly in the semiconductor and the aerospace industries. With the amount of growth that we've seen in the state of Texas around semiconductors, it only goes that we would start seeing suppliers, the supply chain of that coming into our area as well. And so this company is a manufacturer of specialty gases that would be used to support the semiconductor and aerospace industries that we've seen continue to grow in the state of Texas. What's proposed is a little bit different than what we normally see. They are currently seeking some federal funding through the CHIPS Act.
That was my question. Are they receiving CHIPS Act money?
They have not received their.
Is it even being, is it even in existence? I mean, is it being doled out now?
Yes.
Is it being administered now?
Yes.
It is. So it is a real.
It's a real thing. They've started awarding dollars out
Okay.
to folks. One of the things that was added into the CHIPS Act was that that suppliers within the industry are also eligible for potential funding. And so they have applied for those dollars. They've not received a notification one way or another. And so the way that the grant is structured is it takes into account a minimum investment without CHIPS dollars and with CHIPS dollars, so that they're not penalized in the event that the federal government doesn't provide them with a grant award. But they are still 100% committed to doing the project in the community. And so the way that that investment would work, it's a minimum investment of $130 million without the CHIPS funding and $182 million with the CHIPS funding. That doesn't mean that their investment couldn't be larger than that, but that's their minimum investment commitments there. The grant from the county side of it would be a business personal property grant of up to 50% of the personal property, excluding inventory, with the exception of if their inventory Freeport exemption was less than 50%. That means that the more of their inventory stayed in the state of Texas, so that percentage of eligibility for Freeport would be lower than a 50% number. And so what we've done with this one, and this is a little bit unusual as well, because typically a company would be eligible for both real and personal property grant funding through the county's industrial business grant program. But this site is located in the McGregor TERS number 1, that the county is a generous participant in. And so with that, the majority of real property dollars generated go into the TERS. And so with this, what we've done is a little bit different. And the county doesn't typically participate in inventory as part of its grants, but because they're not eligible on the real property side, there's been a thought of an exception because of the TERS situation. But what we've done in this is really capped it to where it's no more than a total Freeport exemption of 50%, and that there would be a cap on additional grant dollars available of no more than $50,000 in a year. And to put that in perspective, they would have to have $30 million of taxable inventory, $30 million worth of taxable inventory in order to go over that cap. And their estimation is that they'll have about $4 million worth of taxable inventory in any given year. So it'll be a minimal number if they're eligible for it, but it'll be evaluated every year on a case-by-case basis too. So we'll have plenty of ability to give you notice of if they will have additional dollars that they're eligible for. The grant term is for 10 years, 50% of the business personal property for those 10 years. And in addition to that, the McGregor TERS is committing to doing some infrastructure improvements. Those would be water, wastewater, and rail spur extensions to support their site. And so those dollars that will go into the TERS from the city, the county, and the community college will help fund those additional improvements going into.
Which would enable additional growth.
Yes, sir.
And more opportunity.
Absolutely. It will, it'll extend that rail out even further and be able to attract even more industry that needs that particular piece of infrastructure.
When are they going to start those improvements?
On the rail or?
All of it?
I think that they are getting design work done now. They've been waiting on some final information from the company, but they do know that they're going to need those things, and they should start those probably next year.
Have they sold the bonds?
I'm not sure whether they have or not.
Typically, the way that they've done it at McGregor is that McGregor has sold the bonds, and then the TERS will be structured to repay the city.
Pay them, yeah.
The city for that.
Because they have a good rating.
But I don't know if they've sold those bonds yet.
Okay.
I think they were probably waiting on final design and cost estimates before they go out and sell those.
Yeah.
A lot of activity out there.
Lots of things happening right now. With this, the company.
For that TERS?
It's a 40-year TERS.
Yeah.
And we're almost 5 years into it. So it's got about 35, 36 years still on it.
None of us will be around when it's over.
Be renewing it.
Judge is going to be here forever.
Feeling good.
With this, the company, because there is funding that's associated with those infrastructure improvements, the company has committed to minimal taxable values. So one of the things that we've learned and is very real is that investment dollars don't always equal taxable value. And so because there is debt being taken out for this, the company has to commit to minimal taxable values in order to meet the debt commitments on that. And so on the real property side of that, you're looking at a minimum of $12 million. And on the personal property side of that, it's a minimum of $40 million. But that's over the duration of the full 10 years too. So at no point will those numbers be below that. So as we did all of our costs or our economic impact analysis, we ran it based on the most conservative side, based off of the minimum taxable values to see what that would look like. And so based off of those minimum taxable values, over the first 10 years of the project, the county would see about $810,000 in new revenue. But once those grants have expired, you're looking at about $2.3 million in total revenue over a 20-year period. The company's also committing to job creation. So you'd see 60 new jobs with an average of $65,000 a year without the CHIPS funding, and that number would approximately double to 120 new jobs with an average annual wage of $65,000 a year. Together with the direct and indirect impacts of that generates about $60 million worth of new payroll into McLennan County over a 10-year period. So.
How large are their other two facilities in regards to?
This will be their largest.
So, one of the things that caught my eye is the fact that they're taking practically 200 acres. That seems like a lot of land.
Yes, sir. So there will be multiple buildings on the site, because what they'll do is they'll segregate out those gases as they're being produced. But they have a desire to really grow this operation over time. You have to have more land because of the rail too, to be able to bring that in to move cars around. So that takes up additional acres. But the first set of buildings is anticipated to be about 400,000 square feet, if not larger. And so then they'll be growing that over time. So you're definitely going to have room to put those facilities there.
Yeah. Okay.
Who are we competing with on this?
We were competing with multiple states, because you know that there have been semiconductor projects that have been announced all over. Arizona was certainly one of those states that we were competing with. We were competing with some other communities in the state of Texas as well. And so it was a competitive process that they went through to identify where's the best place for them to do business. I know that there was also a delegation from McGregor that went and visited the site. Unfortunately, I was not able to join that one as I've done in others, but they came back and were very complimentary of the operations, how efficient and clean, and felt that it would be a very good fit for the McGregor Industrial Park.
Okay.
So we're out in the McGregor Industrial Park.
If you, right where Judith and Mother Neff meet,
Oh, way down there?
that corner. Yes, sir.
Where
So the rail line,
Ford built
yes,
that.
sir. The new rail spur will extend past Knopf, will cross over Judith, and will hit the back side of the property.
How many acres did you say?
195 acres.
Oh, wow, okay.
Precinct 4 might get mad if they run that railroad track across that perfect road they built.
We'll put a bridge in.
Yeah, okay. All right, any other questions or comments? Go ahead.
So that's all TERS.
A lot.
I leave about 5,000 acres?
Yes, sir. The entire industrial parks in the TERS.
Yeah.
So if, I mean, they could build a bridge with the TERS dollars if they wanted to, right?
Yes, sir.
Overpass.
Well, this road is,
Because the only safe crossing is no crossing.
are you talking about back on Patton F or on, because this is just,
This would be inside the park.
this is inside the park, and so you wouldn't need to put a bridge here, but over on the main highway.
On 317, yes,
That
sir.
is
There's
the plan.
discussion that they're on the MPO list now for.
Yeah, how are they gonna get that across the highway?
Right now, they have a tech dot clearing for a grade level crossing that would cross 317. So they would have to
Oh, yeah.
close 317 while they bring the cars down. But the long-term plan is to put an overpass on 317 with the rail.
Well, I'm not
going
aware of
beneath it.
that on the MPO.
I'm told.
Dane,
that
are
it's
you
on-
aware of that?
Kevin, Nevin.
On
on him.
MPO?
On 317?
317? I haven't seen that on any.
No, not on 317.
It may not be to the point that the MPO is involved yet, because I think there's still a lot of dealings going on. The railroad has not been the most responsive. So
But they've certainly been.
I just worry about the people driving up and down 317. I know that.
Well, their rail usage is going to be minimal in comparison. So they're looking at probably 5 to 6 cars a month is what their anticipation is. Knopf will certainly have a larger usage of the rail line. But I think that they also plan to time those in a way that minimizes impacted traffic.
And so I just find it interesting that in a day and age where, you know, we close crossings and for safety reasons, we're putting a crossing across one of the, you know, more busy
I think it's a
more-
phase effect, where
more-
they do
more-
this.
More busy highways in the county, so just me thinking out loud, so.
Okay, any other questions or comments? All right, is there a motion to approve the agreement with A&C Real Estate Investment Texas LLC and Electronic Fluorocarbon LLC?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose, pass. And then you
I'll
got
be
my
back this
statement?
afternoon. Yes, sir, I did.
Okay.
Got another one.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
All right, we can move back up to item F, bids, RFPs, RFQs. F1 is authorization of surveying and engineering proposal with GLS for Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service paving improvements. Zane?
Yes, sir. So, this item was discussed, previously at our previous, regularly court scheduled agenda, and, TJ Jackson reached out to Waco Paving to get a bid, to, mill and overlay, the parking lot at the fairgrounds. And so with a 1.5-inch mill and overlay, the cost was approximately $65,000, and an alternate bid to do 2 inches of mill and overlay with asphalt is approximately $90,000. We did not get a quote to do any type of seal, such as slurry seal, micro seal, scrub seal, so on. But we can continue to work on that to get additional quotes.
Clarification, you said fairgrounds, but this is Extraco, I mean, this is AgriLife, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay,
Thank you.
Yeah.
I meant AgriLife.
yeah, yeah.
That one too.
On call.
I wish we could get the other one done for that dollar amount.
Right, we had, originally, when we first started, it was combined,
Yeah, that's
the
right.
fairgrounds and Cobb's Drive AgriLife Center. Then we separated them. That's correct. Thank you, Judge, for clearing that up. This is only for Cobb's Drive AgriLife facility, and it's a much smaller parking lot than what's at the fairgrounds.
Yes, sir.
So with that being said, even the smallest of the parking lots, we're looking at a minimum roughly 65,000. That's just for the 1.5-inch mill and overlay, and then if we did 2 inches of mill and overlay, that would be roughly 90,000.
1 1/2 is 60.
1.5 inches milled down
And
is
2
65,000,
And
and then 2 inches milled down is 90,000.
90,000.
But that does not, that's milling the existing asphalt out, putting back in asphalt concrete, hot mix asphalt concrete. That is not,
That's a proposal from GLS for the.
that is not,
survey for
any
the-
crack sealing.
engineering.
And then
What he's saying
crack
is
seal put over
Waco
the,
paving to come in.
like an oily type sealant. That's a lesser effective and less long effective treatment of the parking lot.
This is a better treatment.
This is this is definitely a better treatment of the parking lot. It will last much
What we're
longer.
looking for is long-term.
Right, and how long,
So-
if we do the inch, how long you think we have before we have issues again as opposed to the 2 inches?
That's a hard
Truck, you got big trucks coming in there.
Yeah, if,
And they're turning around in that, and they're doing a tight turn.
Right.
In the back.
since this is not linear traffic, this is turning movements quite a bit, I would recommend going with the 2-inch mill and overlay.
Theoretically, we could, it's not till the trucks get to the back that they do all the turning.
That's right.
Correct.
And if we're gonna split this out over a 2-year period, theoretically, we could do contract with them up to a certain amount of dollars for 1.5, which would probably get us part way down the side, or at least a good way. And then that back bigger area, would be the next level
So I
that
think
we could
that's a
go with.
great idea.
Go with a 2-inch.
Only do a 2-inch.
On the back parking lot?
No. Don't even touch the back parking lot.
Well, that's where they're turning around.
they're gonna tear 2 inches up. I guarantee you, they're gonna tear 2 inches up. With that hard turn and those heavy trucks.
So these are pickups with
Right.
gooseneck trailers on
Right,
them.
right. So
And
I
three-axle.
feel, I mean, I would say turn that back into crushed limestone.
So
honestly.
how many,
So,
first off, I don't think we're like talking about multiple trucks a day.
No, it's,
Talking about occasionally.
it's during certain times where they do certifications, they bring them by
yeah,
there.
right.
Get
But
the
it's-
animals ready for show, they have to tag them and.
It's not every day, but it's, it can be every couple months.
So why don't we?
But you're talking multiple trucks though on those days.
So-
For a turning radius, how much room do we need if we did some concrete?
So that was
rather
my
than
thought, is
pavement?
why not build a
Or the
concrete-
turning area?
Build a concrete pad back there,
Right.
or crushed limestone.
Or just a turn like that around.
So what about this? Let's make a decision on that one strip coming in at the front and then down that side.
Yeah.
And then hold the back off, and then we can make that decision on what kind of treatment we use back there before next budget year.
That's
Let's
right.
get this first piece done, it'll be under 50,000. And then we decide whether we wanna go gravel or concrete, 180 degrees one way or the other. At a later date.
Two different projects.
Yeah, two
So I
different
think
projects.
We could consider it that way, don't you, Francis?
Knowing what I know of it, I think so, but it's not like you're just breaking it into two pieces, it's two different projects, right?
Exactly.
The backside's
I
gotta be
think-
different.
I think when we first got that facility, we used bond funds. And I'm just wondering whether on that back parking lot would be expensive that you could use. Would it be appropriate to use bond funding on it?
Well, we use it on
Yeah,
roads.
why not?
Could, or, I mean, we could use Fund 401 too, the Permanent Improvement Fund as well.
Okay.
Either of those
So,
work. but
if we make-
it would have to come from either of
I
those.
just feel like we're wasting our money to put any asphalt back there where those trucks are turning around. Because it was asphalt before. I mean, it's asphalt now, and it's gotten into bad shape. So I think we need something that's gonna last a little longer than just regular asphalt. But 2 inches down the side of the building and then in front where it is pretty cruddy right now, I'm all for.
Yeah, I agree that we go ahead and approve that piece of it today, and then Zane, knowing what he knows now about the back piece, can go look and say, hey,
A good option.
yeah, here are the possibilities back there.
But would the motion have to address up to a certain dollar amount?
And Judge, I'm sorry, if I could interject. So this specific action item is for the proposal with GLS. It's related to that
I see what you're saying.
parking lot. So we need to either act on this or pull it with no action, but then we can move the discussion on the parking lot to either the budget work session if it's an FY25 item, or we can put an item back on the agenda to specifically address this parking lot.
Good point.
All right,
Yep.
let's pull with no action.
Sure.
Good discussion anyway.
Well, so I'm looking at it right here, and I mean, I think it's gonna, in the short term, it shouldn't be a lot to put a two inch mill and overlay on that front.
Ordinary
not very
parking
big.
area.
Yeah, and then, so,
That side driveway may be as big as the whole front.
We can,
the back is, I wonder what the dimensions of that back area are back there.
we can get that information and come back at another court session.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you.
thanks.
All right, moving on to item F2. This is authorization of quote with Smartsheet for support upgrade for information technology. John?
Good morning. So on this item, we're just looking to add the premium support package to our current business plan for a Smartsheet, which is our project management software. This will be just for the rest of the year until October 18th, which is when the yearly maintenance is due again. The total of this would be $125.26 for our 3 licenses. This is, we can easily cover this in the budget this year. Next year, we would include in the budget $420 per year per user to continue this, and we can discontinue this at any time we wish. It has been reviewed and is recommended for approval.
Okay, thank you. What's the pleasure of the court?
And there's only 3 users, John?
Correct. Our project management, 2 project managers and myself.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, I have a motion, second, any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
F3 is authorization of quote from Dell Technologies for licensing server replacement for DW camera system. John?
Yes, this is for our DW camera system for the IT department, and we're looking to add the purchasing department onto our system. We currently are using a very, very old, borrowed, repurposed equipment. And these licenses that we have are expensive for the camera system, and they can only be moved 3 times. And so we want to replace that computer system. It's a server for $7,249.27, which is very cheap for a server, but we do need it to be separate from our other virtual servers because just the nature of camera systems, with the large amount of data you need on the drives and the high transaction of keeping camera video information. This would be for 5+ years with no extra cost involved, and would allow us to bring on again at our IT department, our Cobb's backup data facility, and purchasing building, which is obviously right next to us adjacent. This has been reviewed and is recommended for approval.
What does DW stand for?
That's a good question. It's the brand, but
Digital Watchman?
I think it's Digital Watchdog. Yes,
Okay.
Digital Watchdog.
Any questions?
Thank you.
What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion, second, any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
F4 is authorization of recommendations, and Ken, I'll read both of these in. F4A is regarding bid RFP 24-015, Commission Security Officer for Juvenile, and F4B is regarding RFP 24-012, Licensed Sex Offender Treatment Provider. Ken?
Yes, sir. On the RFP 24-015, we issued this RFP for the Commissioned Security Officer for Juvenile. I sent that out, and we only received 1 response back from Texas Star Security. Again, Texas Star Security, as a note, was the company that was supplying the security for the courthouse and for the records building. So I have no problem in recommending them as the sole response to this proposal.
But previously, didn't they have someone out at Juvenile?
I don't know that they had anyone
Well, we
out
had a third party, you may know.
They may have for a while.
Yeah.
So we're.
Because we had an issue with him.
Yeah. But this is commissioned
Okay.
security officers rather than licensed police officers. So a little bit different.
Okay.
But I talked to Colin about it, and he was good with the amount quoted for this.
Okay.
And so I believe we're good on this recommendation.
I mean, it needs to be somebody that can really perform the function because there's been some issues out there.
Yes, sir. That was
Significant.
part of the discussion.
Yeah. Okay.
What is the amount?
$25 an hour, I believe. I don't think I put it on there. Because it's an RFP, the dollars are secondary.
That's very reasonable right now.
Yes. when you think about $20 an hour for people working in a fast food restaurant, 25 doesn't sound bad.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other questions?
Approved 4A.
Pardon? Okay. Have a motion second. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed. F4B.
I had a request from adult probation. They have a grant that is supposed to come into play, I think that their next budget year. And they asked me to send out a RFP for a licensed sex offender treatment provider. I sent that out. We received 2 responses, one from Dr. J. McDaniel, that was with Global Counseling and Testing, PLLC. And then we received a response from the Center for Cognitive Education, LLC. This was reviewed by both adult probation in my office, and we recommend that McLennan County grant the award for the licensed sex offender treatment provider to the Center for Cognitive Education, LLC,
Okay.
as the best submitted proposal.
All right. Any questions? I'll make a motion. We approve the licensed sex offender treatment provider bid.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those pass.
Right, under item G, contracts and local agreements. G1 is authorization of vendor referral agreement with Cedar Crest Behavioral Hospital for inpatient acute behavioral health services for specialty court. I believe Amy was on early. I think she may have signed off. So this essentially adds Cedar Crest as an approved provider for the specialty court to be able to refer clients to. There is a cost associated for the services, but they are reimbursed through a specialty court grant. So we just need a motion to approve this agreement.
I'll move that we approve this agreement with Cedar Crest Behavioral Hospital.
Second.
Okay.
Have a motion second. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
G3 is authorization of portable services agreement with Symphony Diagnostic Services, number 1, and doing business as Trident Care Services for McLennan County Jail. May Drives.
How are y'all this morning?
Fine. How are you, sir?
Fairly well. I've been consulting with Ken on this. This is a renewal. The change in this contract is the transportation fee. I spoke with our medical director about it, and we're going to change our scheduling a little bit. It becomes arduous for the company, which I understand. They're in business to make money, and having to haul around hundreds of pounds of machines several times a day back and forth is a costly endeavor for them as a company. So they are adding that $100 fee whenever they come out to our facility to render these services to us. So we're going to do a more collective scheduling so that we only incur one of those fees per incident unless there's an emergency, which would be a separate situation. So we think the fee is reasonable.
Makes sense.
It's a reasonable fee to us.
Any questions? Nope. What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
G4 is authorization of service agreement with CTWP for copier for elections. Ken?
Yes, this is a service agreement in the amount of $7,325. It includes 30,000 black and white copies and 109,000 color copies annually. So it seems a bit extreme, but that's a lot of copies running through that machine. So anyway, it's for a year annually.
Any questions? All right, is there a motion to approve the service agreement with CTWP?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
G5 is regarding the second professional consulting contract addendum with Lockwood, Andrews and Newnham Incorporated, authorization professional service invoice. This is for McLennan County Water Planning. It totals $2,750, and it's for those services related to water planning for the month of May 2024. It's been reviewed and recommended for approval.
All right, and they've helped us a lot with making sure they qualify with the ARPA and all those things as well, so I'll make a motion, we approve.
Second.
Have motion second, any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
Can this?
G6, I'm sorry.
Quick question on this, and I know this is separate from ARPA. Can we add this to ARPA, or is it not eligible? Is it eligible?
No, I don't think it would be eligible. It's more related to the work that, like Wiley STEM serving as that consultant and doing work with the Water Resources Group, that planning effort. So it's kind of outside of the ARPA projects.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, moving on to item G6, this reauthorization of interlocal cooperation agreement with Bosqueville Independent School District for School Resource Officer Program. Major Ives, do you want to add anything on it?
We've had a great partnership with Bosqueville ISD over the last several years with this program. Their superintendent and principals reached out to us, wants to continue. We're progressing through our SRO program, and that's developing for the school in a way that helps fit their needs. And we're very excited about the continued cooperation with the ISD, and we would recommend that y'all approve this.
Okay, any questions or comments?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Have motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
G7, authorization of professional services agreements and related proposals with Langerman Engineering. G7A is regarding Holy Road Low Water Crossing construction materials testing proposal, and G7B is regarding Patton Branch Road Bridge geotechnical pavement proposal. Zane?
Yes, sir. So the G7A is for materials testing on the Holy Road Low Water Crossing project. The amount not to exceed is $7,013. And then for the G7B item, it's for to drill two 50-foot borings to determine how the material is below the ground and where the water level is, and provide a report and along with a paving design, and that cost is $9,600. Both of the items have been reviewed and are recommended for approval.
Motion to approve. G7A, G7B.
All right. Have a second on both those?
Yes.
All right, have motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item G8, authorization of contract and related proposal with KHT Electronics for Justice of the Peace Precinct 2 security system panic devices. TJ?
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
So this is a contract with KHT Electronics to provide one hard-mounted panic device and one lanyard-mounted panic device. This request came in from the constable's office at JP2. They currently don't have any panic devices in their area, so we feel that it's warranted and needed. So we recommend it for approval.
Who does it notify?
So it goes to Waco PD as well as the constable's office, and I think it may even ring the sheriff's office.
Okay. Motion to approve, Judge.
Second.
All right, have motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass. Dustin, we'd like to take a break.
Yes, sir. Okay.
All right, let's recess 5 minutes. into session. All right, Dustin?
All right, moving on to item H, Wakeland McLennan County Economic Development Corporation. H1 is authorization of revisions to financial documents, including affidavit of understanding, and Wells Fargo Corporation account resolution agreement. We're still waiting on documentation from the city, so we need this to be deferred.
Motion to defer.
Second. Any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Under item I, capital improvement and construction projects, and these next 5 items are for Zane, so I'm going to read them in. I1 is regarding construction of Panther Branch Road Bridge at Rock Springs Creek, bid 20-018, agreement with Knife River Corporation South, authorization of application for payment number 7. I2 is regarding the McLennan County Judicial Center project, professional services agreement, proposal with Langerman Foster, authorization of invoice. I3 is regarding Chapel Road improvements, bid 23-03, agreement with Casparian Underground doing business as H&B Contractors, authorization of application for payment number 5. I4 regarding the Castleman Creek Watershed Floodwater Retarding Structure Site Number 2 repair project, contract agreement with Janik and Witten, authorization of modification change order number 3. And I5 is regarding the East Rayner Road low water crossing improvements, construction agreement with WR Utilities and Excavation, authorization of change order number 1. Zane?
Thank you, Dustin, for reading all that. So, yes, so going back to I1, that's for Panther Branch Road Bridge, payment number 7, in the amount of $106,657.02. The work is proceeding, and the payment request has been reviewed, and it's recommended for approval. Judge, you just want me to read through all of these?
Yes, sir.
All right.
If anybody wants to separate them, go right ahead.
Okay, and then I2, that's for the geotechnical exploration here for the old downtown jail, known as the Judicial Center Project for Langerman Engineering. That invoice totaled $24,300. That work was completed successfully. I-3, Chapel Road.
Anything?
No, sir, they didn't find anything unusual.
Are you sure, like, there wasn't any oil or gas or anything like that?
Unfortunately, we're not able to produce any oil and gas at this time.
See James buried treasure?
We didn't find any bones.
Okay.
We're all good. I-3, Chapel Road improvements, payment number 5 in the amount of $841,085.73. Work is proceeding well there, and of that amount, the only amount that the county's portion is $39,690.58. That invoice has been reviewed and is recommended for approval. Going on to I-4. This is a change order number 3 for Castleman Creek's Dam Site number 2. This is a no-cost change order, just adding days to the performance time, 33 days. And with all the rain we've been having, it's recommended for approval. And then I-5 is East Rayner Road Low Water Crossing. It's a change order number 1 to improve a driveway that was lacking within the project zone for $13,010, and it also adds an additional 50 work days, 14 for the driveway work, 36 for the weather delays due to all the rain we had. It's also been reviewed and is recommended for approval.
All right, any questions anyone have?
It's a lot of work going on.
A lot of work going on in the county.
Yeah. All right,
Motion to approve I-1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Second.
all right, I have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Thank you, Zane.
Thank you.
I-6 is regarding McLennan County downtown jail remodel for courtrooms and office space, agreement with Brinkley Sargent Wigington Architects, authorization of invoice number 21. This invoice totals $123,661.37. And as you can see, under the design development, those percentages are moving up, and we've received some submittals and feel like we're in a pretty good spot right now. So it's been reviewed and recommended for approval.
All right, any questions? Not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, I have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
And under item J, budget amendments, J1's regarding the FY24 budget. Francis?
Thank Thank you. So I'll read through the budget amendments for FY '25, starting with J1A. So this is a budget amendment in, oh, I'm sorry,
24 or 25? What are we doing?
it would be 24.
24,
Did I
okay.
say 25?
Okay, I'm just checking.
A little ahead of myself. 2024, current fiscal year, sorry. So starting with J1A, this is in the general fund, and this is a request from the 54th District Court to move within their department into furniture and equipment to purchase 3 new laptops for the judge, court admin, and court admin assistant.
Can we hold off right there and ask
Of
questions?
course.
Or do you want to wait till you finish?
No, go ahead
Go
and
ahead.
ask questions.
Okay, does this go through IT? Has IT approved this? And is this through the assessment or whatever?
This is something outside of the assessment that's
It's
done
outside of the
each year.
assessment, but it's
John-
gone through IT.
And I assume so. I was gonna confirm with John if he's still available. John Carter.
John, are you available?
Yes, I'm on.
John, is there someone, there's 3 new laptops, requested for, 54th District Court, and their question was, had your office reviewed that request?
Chiquinta is on. Chiquinta, has your team received any notification of this?
And,
You're on mute.
and I know Amber Toon with, IT was the one that gathered the quote, but I just wanted to let them
Which
speak
they
on that as
probably-
well.
I just want to make sure everything goes through IT on technology, because I think that's what our intentions are.
It is.
So
I
that we
just-
have a way of keeping up with what's happening.
Yes, I just want to make sure they.
Sorry,
get it
I
done.
do apologize. Chiquinta is not on. I do apologize. I do not know the answer to that at this point. Would you like us to go back and,
It is,
Let's hold on this one.
No, it's fine, because
and
Francis says that IT did,
and for sure, I just got confirmation. IT did send the quote, so,
that's all I was asking was, I just want to make sure everything goes through IT.
yes, sir. And we always try to make sure that
Good.
that occurs.
thank you, Francis.
Thank you, John. So then moving forward with J1B, this is in the general fund for 474th District Court. So they're requesting to move from lines in their budget into line items for furniture and equipment and repair and maintenance. The furniture and equipment is to purchase new desk for their office. Since that is a new court, or newer court rather, since they started in January of 2023, they were just using desks from surplus. So they would like to replace those and order new. And then there's also a quote, from Brazos Media Technologies for work to be done in their office. I'm pulling this one up.
So
What does
next
input
question
mean?
then,
Just 1 second again. Yes, sir.
has IT looked at the
Input.
at the media?
Yes, and this one also would have gone through IT, and they had helped gather that quote for that work to be done.
What's an input, John?
You stumped.
Timothy would be better positioned to answer that question.
Okay.
He's not
He's
going to
behind that door right here. That's okay. That's all right. I wasn't sure what an input was. What's an input?
You have not?
Oh, you have not, okay, okay.
Get over there and tell us that, please.
It appeared this quote had gone through, but thanks, Tim.
For the record, I have not seen that quote yet. So it has not been reviewed.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So what would this be for?
I don't know.
It
It's,
says
Inputs.
inputs,
so it's just,
HDMI adapter, update firmware and controller, touch panel, biamp, DSP, Netgear switch.
I will connect with Trey with Brazos and let you know.
Okay.
You know how these things happen. They ask for an input, next week it'll be an output.
Yeah.
okay, we'll hold that one until they can get some further information. J1C1, we're gonna pull this with no action today. So this is related to incentive pay. We originally did the budget amendment on the lump sum, the tentative amount that it could have been, but since you have approved the actual amounts today, we'll bring this back on the next agenda with the actual amount, so it ties.
So this is J1C?
J1C1, yes, sir.
J1C1 pool with no action.
Yes, and we'll bring a revised amendment to you, and we won't let that slow down the payment, but we'll bring that back.
Okay.
J1C2, this is general fund, countywide department. We are asking to move from another line item within the general fund into the professional services line item with a project attached to it specifically for Old Springfield Road. This was some cost that were approved on the agenda in May, and so we are asking to increase the specific line to include those costs. J1D, this is general fund, countywide road and bridge department. So this is cleaning up the budget in a way. So we already had the money budgeted in the line item that says infrastructure bridges, and they were for multiple projects: Trading Post Creek, Rainier Road Creek, and Fern Valley Road. But we are just breaking up so that the line items have specific project numbers attached to them. So you'll see there that we're just spreading the budget to sublines for each project. J1E, this is general fund for Constable Precinct 5, requesting to move within their department from furniture and equipment to supplies, and this is to cover costs for the remainder of the year. J1F, this is general fund for the district attorney, requesting to move within that department from furniture and equipment. I know we looked at that line specifically yesterday and why there was excess budget there, but moving from that line into other services and charges to cover costs for the remainder of the year. J1G, this is in Fund 130, which is our Justice Court Building Security Fund. This goes with item G8, which you approved just a little bit ago, and this was for the panic buttons that will be installed at JP2. J1H, this is Fund 150. This is our court reporter service fund, and we're just asking to move from the contingencies in that fund into the court reporter line for the 414th District Court. And so this fund is specifically for that purpose, and so as the courts spend, we move from contingencies to increase those lines as needed. J1I, this is Fund 151, our language access fund. This is for 19th District Court, and they are requesting, or we're requesting rather, to move from contingencies again in that special revenue fund into the language translation line for 19th District Court, just for increased cost during the year. J1J, this is Fund 401, our permanent improvement fund. The request is to increase the line item in Fund 401 specifically for door modifications at the Highway 6 jail. And this is for an additional amount, $1,080, and the quote is attached from Sedaptic. J1K1, this is Fund 421, our 2021 bond proceeds. Where the request is to increase the two line items for Tonk Road Creek and for North Crooked Creek. And these were for agreements with Lingram and Foster that were approved previously in the past year. J1K2, same fund, Fund 421. This is to increase a line item or to request to fund a line item for the roof replacement at the jail. And so you'll see that amount there that was approved in court on the July 2nd agenda with the roof company Waco LLC. J1L1, this is general fund for jail medical. Requesting to move from the contingencies in general fund into medical services. And this is a need there because of an unanticipated emergency medical transport, air transport for an inmate. J1.
I think that, Gardner, I think that we need to discuss this and so understand that they can't, this expense is, there's no way we can get around it But in the future, and Commissioner Smith brought this up, is there any way that we could maybe buy the membership that, that's available out there
Emergency.
for an emergency like this?
There's an entity that sells a program, and I
Yeah,
don't.
right, and I don't know the specifics and things like that, but it has to be.
And we can certainly look into that for you, but I would like to bring up as well, Commissioner, that this is the second time that this has happened in the 20 years that I've worked here. So there's some offset to the risk, I'm sure. And
Whole self-insurance is
yeah,
totally appropriate.
and I'm not condoning one methodology or the other, Commissioner, at all. I have no agenda on that.
I think if you buy memberships,
We'll
it's
research
based off
both.
of a head count that you're purchasing that for.
That's the
So
problem,
if-
is
if
we have
tried
such
to-
a large head count.
Yeah,
that we're
that
gonna
it
be,
might-
Okay.
Yeah, it's worth
placing on
looking
that.
at, but not necessarily worth buying.
We'll get some just initial quotes, and
Yeah.
then we can forward that on to you gentlemen, so that y'all can just review a basic little less than one-page document about like.
So do you think it would be in tens of $1,000s per year?
I don't want to quote anything, and give us some time to do the research, Commissioner, and I'll give you an informed answer instead of a uninformed opinion.
Okay.
So,
But nevertheless, it's got to be paid, so.
Right.
we can-
Oh, yeah, yeah, no doubt about it.
service or no service, you're going to pay the premium.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
And then so next, J1L2, again, under the sheriff, but this is for the county jail, or Highway 6 jail, rather, and just requesting to move within that department into outsourced prisoner transport for costs for the remainder of the year. J1M is general fund for maintenance of equipment. This is a request to move from the repair and maintenance lines in other departments under that same umbrella into the repair and maintenance line and maintenance of equipment. The amount is $45,000. It is for fleet, hail damage to fleet vehicles that has occurred in previous years or earlier in this year. So we need to increase those budgets to accommodate those repairs in this year. J1N, this is general fund for purchasing, requesting to move within that department into other services and charges to have funds needed for some Zoom charges for the rest of the year that were not anticipated. J10, this is general fund for Road and Bridge Precinct 2. I'm requesting to move within that department into equipment rentals to cover 2 weeks of a John Deere rental, and that rental agreement was approved on the previous agenda. J1P, this is general fund Road and Bridge Precinct 3. Requesting to move within that department into other services and charges and repair and maintenance to cover outsourced repairs and other services for the remainder of the year. J1Q. This budget amendment is in general fund for Road and Bridge 4. It was amended, and so the copy you have may be a previous copy, but I'll just read through what it should say. So the request is to move within that department, Road and Bridge 4, into motor vehicle operating for fuel, oil, and gas, so increasing that line by $30,000. And they would also like to tack on another line, increasing tires, tubes, and batteries by $20,000. And so that would mean a move of $50,000 total from contingencies. J1R, this is general fund for JP5. Requesting to move from the travel reimbursement line into professional development to cover some additional cost to a training that they had participated in this current fiscal year. So I believe that concludes the budget amendments. If you choose to approve them with the exception of J1B, we will defer it, and then J1C1 was pulled with no action.
All right.
Motion to defer J1B.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passed. And a motion to approve the rest of them.
Yeah, motion to approve the amendments to the 2024 budget as recommended by the auditor.
Second.
Have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
All right, moving on to item J1S, discussion and/or action regarding funding assistance for Prairie Chapel School on hailstorm damage. I know the gentleman spoke about it in public comments and passed out some info. It is on as an action item today, should we want to move forward. They have a quote of no less than $15,000 to repair the north back of the school with windows and siding. And then they were moving forward with the replacement of 2 broken windows at a cost of $1,425. So Commissioner Perry, I don't know if you'd had a chance to look at that information he provided this morning.
Yes, we've got, the one part they're taking care of is the 2 damaged windows and the reattached damaged fascia, and that was a $1,425. Then the additional work is $10,615. Again, when this occurred, we started talking, and I didn't feel comfortable that it would hit the deductible, and it didn't. But it is county property. I found that out. I wasn't sure if it was. It wasn't, but Ken and Dustin.
Well, we've been talking about that for years, so
And,
I just wondered what the deal is on that
Yeah,
property.
I just thought we had a contract with them to maintain and do maintenance out and around the area, but we actually own the building.
Yeah.
So I think we need to make a decision.
So what do they use it for? They have,
It's a historical, they have some fundraisers
Community
out there
meeting.
occasionally, maybe a community meeting, but
Could we use it to hold a meeting, like a commissioners court meeting out there if we ever wanted to? Is it that?
it's just small.
yeah, yeah, if it stays this
It's pretty small, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a neat building, but it's set up, it's just a small venue to host events and do things in a piece of our history.
Yep.
And is it watertight right now, or is it, or is this?
It's watertight, yes.
So they're not, there's no more damage?
Correct, they moved forward and secured the building right after the storm. just to make
Okay,
sure
that's
there were
good.
Additional
Great.
damages.
Certainly not today, but sometime in the future. I'd be curious to know the history of it as far as how we acquired a building out like that. That's interesting to know.
Mike Dixon
had
can
to-
tell you. Mike Dixon can tell you. He told me 14 years ago and I've forgotten.
Okay, that's
So-
fine. Yeah, sometime in the future, I'd be curious to know, but certainly if it belongs to us, we need to take care of it. I have no problem. And so what they're asking is up to $10,615 to,
It'd be 1225.
oh, they want more.
They're paying the $1,425 out of their pocket. And then they don't have the funds for the $10,615 estimate.
That does it?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
And I don't know, Ken, if you need to look at this.
I would say for that, it's probably.
Just to go, okay.
And they're not going to ask for us to reimburse them, they want us to
don't have
be
the money,
invoiced.
Right,
Okay,
they're
I didn't
asking,
know.
yeah, they're wanting us to pay for it, to pay the vendor,
Okay.
What would that come out of?
10,000.
$615.
Oh, what it came out of.
It's kind of a different situation. We could put it in countywide, like a repair and maintenance or something. We could do a budget amendment, once they have, but they have a firm quote. That they said that was good to go. Okay.
If you've ever been by it, it's a beautiful old building. It's pretty neat.
I've seen
looking.
pictures, yes, definitely.
We should be good.
So I'd make a motion that we commit to covering the quote for the replacement of 4 windows, remove vinyl siding, dispose and install hardy siding, and caulk and paint, and a total of $10,615.
Second.
Second.
I had that motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
All right, under item J1T, authorization of Texas Association of Counties claim deductible invoice. This is for a claim associated with Benny Scott. This was a jail matter. It totals $9,391.02, and it is recommended for approval.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
J2 is the FY25 budget. I know we'll hold J2A, that discussion. Francis, do you want to go ahead and present J2B, the McLennan County 911 Emergency Assistance District budget now?
I can. This doesn't affect our budget in any way. It's just the recording of it from the 911 Emergency Assistance District. So they have presented their budget. It has been approved by the district, and it does go into effect October 1st, 2024. If there's any other things we need to talk about, let me know.
So what are they asking us to do today? Approve the budget?
I
just
believe
for
it's
recording?
recording. Dustin,
Yeah, they send it to us and then we can record it. And then if we want to submit written comments back to them, we can do that by the end of August.
So the submitted budget is actually less than last year's, according to what I'm reading. Totals $2,114,070. Last year, $2,298,391. So I applaud their efforts to hold the line.
Who's our representative on that board?
Frank and myself.
Okay.
And they've been very wise financially. They don't have any debt, very little debt, if any. So they're able to function on a really tight, strict budget.
Yeah, they run a good operation. All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
A motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Moving down to item L, grants and grant proposals. L1 is our ARPA discussion. L1A is approval of blanket orders for beneficiary and subrecipient agreements. We need to, believe we need to defer this again. Is that right, Mike?
That's right. All right, I make a motion, we defer.
Second.
Have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
L1B is regarding professional services agreement with BKD Forvis, and they are now known as Forvis Mazars, authorization of grant administration services invoice through May 2024. And this is their services for May. It totals $5,808.84. It has been reviewed and is recommended for approval.
All right,
Motion to approve.
Second.
have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
L1C is authorization of McLennan County Recovery Plan, state and local fiscal recovery funds report for July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. This is our recovery plan performance report that is a requirement by ARPA. Under ARPA, it is due by the end of July. So we've been working on it with the help of Mike and Haley and Francis, and I think we've got it in a pretty good spot. We may still like to make some final tweaks before it's submitted. So we would like for y'all to approve this recovery plan and its submission with any final changes made by myself, Mike, Francis, or Haley, if that's okay.
So move.
Second.
Have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
L1D is authorization of standard form of agreement and related addendum with Bear Creek Construction for Holy Road at North Cottonwood Creek Low Water Crossing. Ken?
I first need to share that I basically submitted to the court the forms that needed to be signed. Overall contract is much larger, and I can read you what all those, I have sent the rest of it to Dustin and Reagan, but it includes this agreement. I do an addendum to ARPA that's included. It's a signed document. Then performance and payment bonds. And again, as part of the bid, we had the invitation to the bidders, instruction to bidders. We have a notice to proceed, which we have not issued yet. General conditions, supplementary conditions, standard and technical specifications, construction drawings, addenda, contractor's bid, and then any other documents that we issue afterwards. But like I said, I've got the bonds, I've got the ARPA addenda and the standard term form of agreement that I submitted initially to the court. That's probably in your packet. I don't know if Reagan included all the rest of the documents or not.
But the amount's correct.
The amount's correct.
The amount is correct, 639, 562, yeah, 562.
Yeah, that was the bid amount.
Move to approve the agreement.
Second.
All right, I have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
L1E, authorization of amended beneficiary agreements and ratification of use of generator funds for water supply projects. L1E1 is regarding the Elk Oak Lake Water Supply Corporation, and L1E2 is regarding the Axtell Water Supply Corporation. Mike, do you want to handle these?
Yes, a while back, I'd talked to you all about the need to change some of the beneficiary agreements so that could use them for the generator money. They could use some of it for water supply purposes because a lot of them had more important and pressing water supply purposes. And that's what's happening with these two. They have water supply issues. They have, knowing that we had discussed that, had used some ARPA funds for water supply. And so wanted to go back and change their agreement so that they can use generator funds for water supply, more pressing water supply issues, and that and to ratify any ARPA qualified purchases they made today.
So don't they have a requirement to have generators?
That's a state requirement. It keeps getting pushed back and pushed back. But the problem is most of these people have water supply issues that if you don't fix them, it doesn't matter if you have generators.
So what is the water supply issue? You know specifically what it is?
Like broken water lines, we talk about extended broken water lines or insulating water lines or burying more water lines?
Supply to me would be pump. But
I don't recall exactly. Some of it was possibly fencing around a well. It was required for the sanitary easement or whatever.
Yeah.
But there were other things like, I think they worked on lines and stuff like that.
Okay.
I have no problem with it as long as somewhere down the line, somebody doesn't come back when the hammer comes down and say, we need money for generator. So,
yeah.
I certainly have no problem with it, Mike. And it would have to meet the requirements and have to, I guess, be under the looking glass for you and Dustin and Francis for it to qualify under ARPA. So that's the main thing. As long as it qualifies under ARPA, I'm fine with it.
Any other thoughts?
I'll be glad when it's over.
I'll be glad when 2026 gets here.
Okay, so is that a motion?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll second that. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
L1F regarding the professional consulting contract with Lockwood Anders and Newnham and invoice number 21A. This totals $617.49, and it's for their engineering monitoring work through June 21st. It's been reviewed and recommended for approval.
Okay.
To approve.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
L4 is discussion and action regarding a rural law enforcement grant for Senate Bill 22. Major Ives.
All right, gentlemen, y'all should have had some information in your packet. It was an approximately one-page long letter with some quotes, and I'm just going to go over it very briefly. The county has received a $500,000 in state funding with the discretion over the expenditure falling to the county, not the sheriff's office. Permissible uses include salaries, staff, vehicles, firearms, and safety equipment, whereas a few common impermissible things that we evaluated originally to spend it on, but you cannot include software, contract employees, overtime, hazard pay, office supplies. Those are all prohibited costs. The Sheriff's Office has been consulted to propose options for utilizing this grant within the FY24 cycle. After extensive research, the most viable options identified are the
Before you
purchase.
go any further,
Sure.
the comptroller has mandated the grant must not supplant existing county funds.
Correct.
What does that mean?
So that's subsection G of the actual statute. Essentially, it has to be something above and beyond what our budget is. We couldn't say it cannot supplant our budget. We can't say we're going to purchase, pay for the FY24 fleet vehicles with the grant because that was already a budgeted item. We could say we're going to purchase more vehicles, which is part of this, Commissioner, that are above and beyond, and
More
that is not
vehicles.
supplementation of the budget.
Guns, more ammo.
Correct.
And you can't lower the sheriff's budget to accommodate the grant funds. And I know a lot of grants are.
Which budget? 2024, 2025?
So this grant will continue until our population increases too much, or they pull this out at the next
you
legislative session. So
essentially-
whatever year that grant is.
Okay.
You get these grant funds and you make a separate budget for it, correct?
Yes, yes.
Can't replace
Yeah.
something.
Grant funds are kept
And then you
completely
get it
separate.
And you spend it, so it,
I guess my question is, we haven't adopted a 2025 budget yet, and there's a request in there for vehicles. Is this in addition to those vehicles that are in the 2025?
Even though they have asked for additional, more vehicles in 2024 than 2024?
In FY25, we asked for one additional vehicle in that presentation compared to the FY24.
So could we pay for that additional vehicle in,
So
Now that it's been presented,
how-
I guess it's not
It hadn't been
formal
approved.
till we.
Here's the problem. We've presented our budget, right? I don't know if Francis can make this determination or Mike Dixon can. But I could say, if we get one of these cars, we'll remove it from our budget, but that sounds like supplementation.
It does, except we haven't adopted a budget yet.
but
for
we
next
haven't
year.
adopted the
also
budget
true.
yet, and you're asking for
What
an
is your
additional car.
opinion on
So
that?
I think if
And
you're
then what's
pulling
in the
something back
program in the
that's,
past,
different kind of cost.
and I think if you pull something back that's preventing an elected official from doing their duty.
Sure.
Like if you say, hey, we're cutting all the ammo out of your budget, can't do that. You're preventing him from performing his duty. But I think that we could look at, vehicles up and above. I don't think, which is something we'd have to ponder a little more. I know in this current year for 2024, the problem is what can we get also before September
That is
30th?
something we're
And I
going to
hate for
address
that to
later
be
now.
what
but yeah.
the
How-
hedge is, but
How soon does this money have to be spent?
September 30th. And then it will start over again for our next fiscal year.
Get another,
Get
if
another
they,
$500,000.
I mean, that's already guaranteed in the legislation.
we've got to spend this 500,000 by September 30?
Yes. And then it will start over. We will reapply, but we already meet the,
How are you going to do that?
3 months. Well, he's gonna show you. He's
We have
got a-
about 40 to 60 hours worth of labor invested in trying to do the quickest, most efficient work we could.
So I think it's, if we let him make his presentation, he'll
Yeah,
tell you.
go
all.
ahead, sorry.
Y'all asking
Well,
questions.
that's a lot of questions that are
I
covered
just
in
had
it.
one question.
Sure. That money does have to be spent, exhausted within the FY24 budget cycle by September the 30th. That's the two options that we're looking at. The most viable options after the research that we've put in are the purchase of a Lenco Bearcat and 4 unmarked vehicles to subsidize our fleet. The Lenco Bearcat is an armored vehicle. Currently, the Sheriff's Office possesses 2 armored vehicles. We have a 1982 Peacekeeper and an MRAP from the government's 1033 program. The Peacekeeper is not rifle rated, has significant mechanical issues, and has not been operational for several years. Efforts are underway between myself and Ken to dispose of that vehicle and get it to auction within the next 60 to 90 days, hopefully. The MRAP, while rifle rated, has several drawbacks, including administrative restrictions, a cumbersome size. It's 58,000 pounds, 10 feet tall, and 30 feet long, and limited maneuverability.
How often does that break down?
I've had Jason Barnum with me. He's more of our subject matter expert on these specific vehicles, but we don't have a lot of terrible mechanical issues with it. It's that it goes about 45 miles an hour because it weighs 60,000 pounds. It's a 6x6. And it's
When
just,
we first got it, somebody mentioned to me, I hope it comes with a full box of spare parts.
he can tell you about
But I'm just,
the experience of driving it is, it is not meant for what law enforcement
yeah.
needs a
right.
vehicle like that for.
It looks good in a parade, though, I'll tell you that.
It's not that. So anyways, the 58,000 pounds, 10 feet tall, 30 feet long. But the biggest thing for us is the Biden administration changed the restrictions on what we can use it for. So now there is essentially a manual that has to be consulted prior to an emergency situation and using an armored vehicle to decide if it fits the criterion of what we could use it for. So it is not as useful as it was, and it was already argumentatively less useful than a regular armored vehicle in the first place. So the Lenco Bearcat is a purpose-built armored vehicle, rural urban law enforcement agencies, medical rescue, armored fire recoveries, warrant service, all the major operations that law enforcement conduct is what the Lenco Bearcat, and the submission for court had some quotes in there and some information about it as well. It is purpose-built for LE. If we get, if the court approves that this section of the SB 22 proposal, we will be moving forward with, it will probably take us 6 months with auctioning the Peacekeeper and turning the MRAP back into the 1033 program. Just
Would you get the one that's got a bed or just the full, like I guess it's a troop carrier in the back?
So, yeah, and I'll tell you, Commissioner, there's several different like options. These things, Jason's more up to speed, but what makes the most sense to me is there's one that's called a MedCat, and it's the same thing as the Bearcat. It just has bigger benches and a little workstation inside of it. It's just slightly different options, and that is the option package that is most appealing to us. Also, they have one.
What did you call that again?
It's called a MedCat.
Med?
Yep. The only difference is there is a little workbench area inside the back, and the seats are wider. The seats are wider. There's some additional storage too that may be tried as far as like storing medical devices, which we could do on the other one. It's
The whole point is that this brings a piece of equipment that doesn't have the operational restrictions that the other one
yes.
has. And it's
Correct.
new and it operates and you can get rid of the other stuff.
And it's meant.
So there's
Correct.
the consequences of buying this are not gonna drive up expenses because we're getting rid
Well,
of old stuff.
It's funny you say that because we
I
did
wasn't
do
trying to
some.
be funny.
We did do some research, and I can assure you that Bearcat comes with the standard Ford. It's built on a Ford.
I was going to ask what platform is it?
I think it's a
built
Ford F550 chassis.
on? Okay.
That it's built on.
Yeah.
Then Lenco gives you a 3-year warranty for all of their stuff on top of the Ford warranty. The average operational mechanical support cost for one of these new is $558 per 10,000 miles of operation. So very low maintenance operating costs, maintenance repair costs on these vehicles. Reliability, availability, and maintainability. Over 24,000 miles, the vehicle goes 24,000 mean miles between repairs that are necessary. So it's got a very low maintenance schedule, very low cause of issues with the vehicle overall.
Okay.
Compared to if the MRAP, something happens, we have to beg the 1033 program for something because most of that stuff you couldn't even get private sector.
All right, then you wanna go to the fleet vehicle?
Yes. The next section, the current alias fleet includes vehicles from 2008 to 2011. The ones that we're wanting to replace, each with over 150,000 miles. Acquiring vehicles on contract is typically very time-consuming. However, we have located a contracted fleet dealer with several on-the-ground delivery options, because that is the only thing we're going to be able to get at this point in the year with September deadlines. There are several quotes that are included in the packet. The reason that those quotes are in there, we want to get 4 Toyota Corollas because it is the cheapest package. So, but that doesn't mean by the time y'all approve this and we get back with this vendor, they're going to say, yeah, we still have 4 to satiate that. They did at the day we got this, which was a few days ago.
Those are just unmarked, or there's nothing special about them.
Correct, correct. And the quotes in there, Commissioner, you'll see one for Toyota Corolla, you'll see one for Chevy Malibu. I believe you had another presentation in which someone said they didn't have a contract price on a Chevy Malibu, where you now have that. There's also one for the Camry, the RAV4, and the Highlander. We just had some contingencies in case the Corollas became not available in the quantity that we're trying to procure for this grant.
Okay.
So our recommendation is that the county utilizes the FY24 SB 22 grant funds to acquire 1 ready-to-go Lenco Bearcat and 4 Toyota Corollas as
Is the
quoted.
Bearcat in stock?
It is, and we have had to pull some strings. I promise you that, because there is an 18 to 20-month waiting period on these things.
Honestly, I understand the questions about what could pay for what and move, but this year, first year in, I would just assume we honor your request, and then next year, if we can, what's above and beyond? What's typically gonna be accepted as that, and then maybe we can do things with next year's funds that.
Commissioner, I completely agree. Given, 14 days lead time, this is what you get. Next year, I think there's a larger amount of research that can go into like what's the best benefit for the county, for the department, because we are interested in making sure that those funds help.
If it's expanded, if the SB 22 is
Correct,
expanded.
correct.
Because we have the money, it's already in the bank.
Right. Yeah, the FY24 money's in the bank.
How long have we had the money?
We received it in February, maybe?
March, April, May, June, July. So we've had it several months.
Oh, yes. Yeah, you approved, or you accepted the grant in January. That information was sent to the state, and then the money was just deposited pretty quickly.
And Commissioner,
It's 250 and 250 and below, is that right?
It's,
Is that the population?
300,000.
300,000 population?
Yes.
$500,000.
And below?
So if you're between 50,000 and 300,000, you received 500,000. It's a pretty big span there. And I did want to note too, for coming years, and who knows if it will go past next year, but you can also use it for increases to salaries as well as additions of staff. So that may be something also that we ponder for 2025.
Okay.
that is, we've had,
I don't think the court's too interested in additional staff.
we are very interested in
But if that,
not the additional staff side,
But
but salary schedule side.
Yes.
That
We're
do
very
show us off the
interested in-
salary schedule, yeah.
that's
Don't
why I'm
wanna use
bringing
the
that.
word subsidizing, but
yeah,
implementing
sure.
the program.
Sure, yeah, right.
Because it's getting into like supplementation language and implementing a program for the salaries, and you'll hear some of that tomorrow.
I just get a little leery when we start talking about committing funds that are gonna have an ongoing,
Yeah.
a life with
When
it.
we start doing full-time FTEs, then
Commissioner,
So that's why this is perfect right here.
I 100% agree with you. I typically like to spend grant funds on things and not people, because I don't want people revolving around grants. But tomorrow you will hear about that as far as like the implementation of a salary schedule, not necessarily ongoing, but implementation.
Okay.
Couple of comments. We've had the money for a considerable amount of time, but we talked about a rush of 14 days trying to put something together. I don't really understand the connect there. When we've had a lot of time to talk about this, we just haven't, for whatever reason, haven't done it. Not disappointed, I would guess, but I did mention early on the thought of.
I think we were waiting on some guidance too, weren't we? From
The guidance has come piecemealed from the state comptroller.
Yeah.
Of course, the statute was there from the get-go, but then they've opened it up, but,
Fine-tuned it, tweaked it.
yeah.
The cameras that I mentioned early on seem to have gone by the wayside, and I understand that.
Do you mean the body cams?
Next year, it would appear that we wouldn't be able to do that, because that would be a supplanting if we put it in the budget,
Cameras are you talking about?
the body worn cameras.
Commissioner, are you saying that you want the body worn cameras in the FY '24?
Well, I just, I wasn't
Pay
sure.
for out of this.
Yeah, we could have bought them out of this probably.
So if you buy the body cameras out of this, the grant will no longer apply because you are not then paying for the implementation because we have not been awarded the grant.
Right.
So your
So if
$100,000
there's a
in
time-
grant money
There's a
paid for
time deal.
It
there.
is.
I'm just saying, next
oh,
year,
yeah.
next year, the body cameras will go out of the equation because if we put them in the budget and end up don't getting the grant
It's a justice
and don't
grant
get
or
the
something,
grant,
right?
then this would be a supplanting if we tried to buy them
So
next year
it-
out of the grant,
it
out of
wouldn't-
this.
I don't think it would be, and Francis and Mike could review it. For instance, if we said next year we want to expand the program into the jail,
Only, okay, yeah.
I don't
Only
believe that
if-
would be
if we
supplanting.
If we had to, we certainly couldn't take the place of what we're already spending the money to upkeep or to add to, so. Any addition, we definitely.
That may be
could.
correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? All right.
And I will tell you, gentlemen, that this is I have no agenda here. It's the courts, the county's money, and the county's decision. The sheriff's office is out of the loop. Like, you just have to pick what you're using it for us, essentially. It's our recommendation, but this is time sensitive.
Well, yeah,
because of
we're
these
time
vehicles.
sensitive here. We don't, yeah, I agree with what Commissioner said over there. It's our money, and we don't want to give it back. We don't want to send it back.
Now,
I make a motion to approve the request to use the grant funds and the total of $500,000 to purchase the Lenco Bearcat and 4 unmarked vehicles to be Toyota Corollas.
Second.
all right, that motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. Jason, we didn't get to hear anything out of you out of this deal.
Golly, Jason, say something.
That works with me.
Say something, Jason.
Commissioners, I will make a comment. If for whatever reason, the Corollas are not available, and we have to do like a mix match of something else, we will come back to court and we'll notify y'all that we've had to mix match.
Did we
up.
specify
He
four
did-
He did
Corollas?
He said
specify.
Toyota
I started to
Corollas.
say,
Do we need to?
That's what's available right now.
Yeah, it depends on when we call them this afternoon, but Commissioner, we will absolutely notify y'all if there's any change to that.
But we need to go ahead and get what we can get.
I agree.
Well, we can ratify it since we're already.
And then be sure it should follow just all normal county procedures.
We've already
and Purchase procurement,
Coordinated
so.
with Ken and done all the contracting, checked the G contract. There's been lots of conversations going on behind the doors or behind the scenes on this.
Okay.
And
Thank
David,
y'all.
if you can, David, if you can get an answer on the Corollas today, we'll be under the same agenda tomorrow, so we can always come back to this item if we need to.
I'll get a hold of Seth today, Dustin, and see if we can get with Misty, cut some POs, get those things on hold literally today, and get the inventory hold place for those VIN allocations or for the actual vehicle allocations in this case.
And both these other vehicles just go back to the 1033 program?
So one of them, the Bearcat is 1033. The Peacekeeper was actually a 1982 from the military museum armored vehicle purchased by the county with county actual funds. And we are conducting research that has been going on for, it seems like, far too long about how we dispose of it, but it is not 1033. It is county-owned property.
Could it be
The MRAP is
sold,
1033.
given to another county that might
That
want
is
it?
the top of my list for getting rid of it.
Another county?
Because it's easy, or another local agency, but the problem is, Commissioner, it's a mechanical nightmare.
Right.
Like we're
They
doing
would
in
have
this
to- yeah,
service.
they'd understand that.
Yeah.
But it still might be an option.
I agree. If you know anyone, let us know.
Top of my head,
Yeah. Thank y'all.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
All right, Dustin, go as fast as you can. Stay lazy.
All right, we'll do L5 and L6 together. There's Texas Department of Family Protective Services, Title IV grant contract, authorization of federal funding, accountability, certification for FY '25 for legal services is L5, and L6 is for certification for FY '25 for child welfare services. Francis?
Yes, and so I'll take L5 and 6 together, and like Dustin just read. And so these are for our Title IV grants from DFPS, and one is for legal services, and then one is for child welfare services. And so these are the biannual certifications that are required by the Federal Funding Accountability and Transparency Act for both of those grants for the upcoming year.
All right, I make a motion, we approve those.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
Under item N, additional items, N1 is the Salary Grievance Committee, N1A is discussion and or action regarding the member selection process. And just very quickly, as court will remember last year, the committee consisted of the default statutory language where it was the county officials and members of the public. Previously, we had voted to use the committee that was made up of 9 members of the public plus alternates. So if we want to stay with the members composed of the elected officials, we do nothing. If we want to move to the 9 public members, we need to vote affirmatively to make that change.
I'll make a motion, we go with the 9 public members.
Second.
I have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
N1B, selection designation of the public members of the committee for the FY25 budget. I believe we have enough. Is that correct, Mercedes?
That is correct, Dustin.
Okay, so we just need a motion to approve the salary grievance committee members.
I'll make a motion, we approve the salary grievance members that are listed on the agenda.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
N3 is discussion and or action regarding alternate representatives to the Waco McLennan County Public Health District. Heather and Commissioner Smith.
Yes, sir, thank you. There are times when there are conflicts and we can't make this, and it's important for the Waco McLennan County Public Health District to have a quorum, and so that a lot of times they scramble for a quorum. So if we could have some alternate representation there for myself and for Heather, for example, while we were training last week in College Station, they had a meeting, I couldn't attend. So if we could have a alternate representative, it would ensure that they could have some continuity in their meetings. And would help.
So you would make that decision, I mean, I'm
I
for
don't
that.
mind, I don't mind telling, I would recommend Chrissy Brault as my representative on the committee.
So same thing on MPO, sometimes I can't make it, and either Zane or Commissioner Miller, you sit in for, and you've done it, so, I think that's good, they gotta have a quorum. The other one is the TERS at McGregor, to be sure if one of us can't make it, that we have somebody that can go, so I like the concept, and I don't have a problem with it being you select them at the time.
At the time, okay, that's fine then.
Because
Judge, I think the way the agreement's worded, it has to be the governmental entity that designates the alternate. I'm sorry.
There's not a proxy form or anything like that?
I don't think so. I think it has to be the governmental body designating the
MCO
alternate.
MPO allows anybody to be a
Right,
proxy.
yeah, but evidently their bylaws are set up differently, so.
Okay,
So
well,
we just need to vote
Heather, who do you have?
Christie, excuse me.
Is Heather on?
yeah.
Yes, sir, I'm here. I did not have anyone selected. I know that Dustin had mentioned he didn't mind doing it, but if we want to go with someone who's not as busy as we all are, because I know Dustin has a lot of things on his schedule as well. But the way this reads here is these appointments are valid until we give the director a notice of change. So I think once we select them today, notify the health district. Then if we need to change, we just do so in writing again at a future time.
Okay.
But I'm open to a suggestion if you have one for an alternate for me and Dustin. I mean, it's fine if you wanted to do that as well.
What if Chrissy just served as both of your alternates?
I don't have a problem with that. Heather, did you hear that?
Yeah, and I don't think that would be a problem because we seldom miss
But no,
together.
Try not to miss it, you're right, so.
Mhm.
Okay, that would be my recommendation then, that Chrissy Brault be appointed as an alternate representative to the Waco McLennan County Public Health District for both myself and Heather Travers.
Second.
I'd have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
Right, moving on to item N4, discussion and or action regarding the Texas Association of Counties Risk Management Pool 2024 Employee Safety Equipment Program. N4A is the law enforcement portion, and N4B road and bridge. Been a little bit of a change this year. They're now providing vouchers through an Amazon business account for the equipment. Major Ives has reviewed this and said that the sheriff's office, they are comfortable if If the court would like this just to go to the constable's offices, it's $9,199.59 for the law enforcement side. So it could have a greater impact on the constable's office, but that's a court decision. On the road and bridge side, it's that same amount. So we would just need to determine how that funding would be split on the law enforcement side, and then also who would manage the program, and then who would manage the program on the road and bridge side. I know Chrissy has done that in the past.
Yeah, Chrissy said she would be willing to manage the road and bridge side if that's what the court wants. Are those numbers correct on the constable's office as far as the split? And are those just law enforcement officers who qualify for the, is that how it works, not just total number of employees in the office?
I think, David, did you do the math on that?
And we don't mind being involved in some of the management on this, even though if we are not financially involved, it is not. We've been talking to Ken in purchasing because the Amazon account has to be used and these vouchers have to be assigned. Any purchases that are made that are on this list of Amazon product, we'll just deduct from the voucher, is my understanding from talking to the Amazon business account executive that we've been in some contact with, working this out. Those percentages are based on total number of employees in the office. We looked at the total number of slots each one of these people has in their office and then calculated this. But that was done, Commissioner, 2015, maybe 16, when we first started doing this. A lot has changed over the years, and every year we've just looked at the percentage of total employees.
So you're saying, for example, precinct 5, because I don't know what they have now, but with their numbers, total number of employees, their share would be 199.63.
So I will, well, that is if we are included.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Which I don't contend is necessarily the correct thing to do.
Okay, so really a motion should be then to.
There's two, can I give you just a small state? Okay, there's two ways you can do it. I'm going to give you the two ways that exclude us, and then the inclusion of us is a different discussion. You can look at the 5 constables' office and just say, we're going to divide the funds evenly amongst the 5 constables' office and just give them the same amount of money. Divide it by 5, split it up, and tell them that's their funding source. Or you can base it on the total number of employees that they have, and then there's some more math involved, and it's precinct 1 and precinct 2 are going to get significantly larger shares than precincts 3, 4, and 5. But that is antithetic to the methodology of why we don't want to be involved. We are larger, and $5,000 doesn't impact our department like it impacts precinct 4 or precinct 5, these smaller constables' offices. Like $5,000, I don't want to say that it's not important to us, but it doesn't help us in the way that it helps them.
So we just need to establish a method to disperse.
Employees are straight split.
Employee number.
I think if it's safe, my opinion is if it's safety equipment, it's going to be used by each employee. It would make sense to do the number of employees, because I think some of these smaller ones may not be able to, that would be a lot for them with just a couple employees, but.
So then what we need to decide or in form of motion would be to exclude the sheriff's office from the, from this particular funding, and then make a decision on how the precinct constable's office will split the money.
Which I would say that if we want to go that route, put the language in there that it'd be divided pro rata to their
number of employees.
Number of FTEs.
Hold on, we've got, it's right here in front of us.
Yeah, and my question, Judge, on that statement is, would you want it done for only law enforcement employees or include clerks, or do you care about getting that trite? Because one of the commissioners
One of them has a
point
clerk
about
though
that.
that is law enforcement, so.
Yeah.
I think all
I would prefer it go to law enforcement.
Only sworn?
I would prefer to see it on the street, not necessarily sitting in the office.
Okay.
Okay.
I like that.
All right.
All right, is that a motion?
Yes, it is. I think.
And I'm assuming you'll second.
That's second, yes.
And will you administer this?
We are going to work with Ken, so we're
So
passing
Ken,
the
you've got it
tools
covered?
along to him. Because
Okay.
we don't have access to
We have to have
purchase.
some discussions because
Yeah.
there's some complications different than when we were doing it last time.
The Amazon thing complicates
With
it.
Amazon, this voucher is like, you have to know what you're going to spend it on, and that a voucher has to be open. So it's a coordination thing.
Okay.
here.
The voucher has to be
We'll work
entered
it
into
out.
the account.
But we can get it worked out.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, have a motion second, any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
All right, thank you.
All right, and sorry, did that include the road and bridge program as well, that motion?
Mine did.
Okay.
Second.
Moving on to item M5, authorization of refund request for overpayment of real estate taxes. Just as a reminder, only those in excess of 2,500 must be approved by court, and they are in your packet.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
Motion to approve.
Second. Have a motion to approve. And a second. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. Thank you.
In 6 is approval of order setting sheriffs and constable fees for 2025. So local government code allows the commissioners court to set reasonable fees to be charged for services by the offices of the sheriffs and constables. Those fees are listed in your packet. There are 3 changes, and those are in red, and this just has to be submitted back to the comptroller's office on or before October 15th.
Okay. Any questions on those?
Why was livestock collection removed?
It's still in there, Easter egg.
We've made some changes to that, Commissioner, to make it more transparent with like what the fees are, what we're charging, why we're charging it, and giving good notes on there. There were some old like nomenclatures in there for some of the terminology for like a straight pickup, housing, per diem rates, and we've kind of cleaned it up and gave the general public a better understanding of what they're going to have to pay, what
Okay,
those
so it's
fees are.
found, it's included somewhere else.
It's under a straight.
Yes, yes.
Okay, I was just curious. All right, thank you, sir.
Is there a motion to approve those changes?
So moved.
Second.
The motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
All right, Judge, that should take care of everything except the budget discussion and then the final pieces of the incentive pay.
And so that won't start back at what time?
Sorry, Francis, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was gonna say, we don't have any specific person lined up for 1 or 1:30, so that's just up to you.
But it can't be 1 because I'm supposed to be at a deal 15 minutes ago and it doesn't end till 1:15, so I'll be back here, let's say, try to start at 1:30. All right?
Sounds good.
And then we'll go into executive session first on that?
Eventually, I'll.
Or sometime?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's go into recess then until 1:30.
Recording stopped. There she is. All right, let's call court back in session. First off the bat, I'm gonna go to items E3, C, which is consideration or action departmental and department head incentive pay requests. This primarily has to do with going over some reviews and looking at incentives for department heads or individuals. And so I'd like to go under executive session under 551.074 of the government code regarding personnel matters. And I'd like to ask that Dustin Chapman and Anna Picasso stay in here and everyone else exit. It is
Recording stopped.
11:31. Yeah. Yeah, we'll get her when we.
Recording in progress.
Okay. All right, it's 2:33. Let's call court back in session. All right, I'd like to go back to items E3C. And so, we had some discussions on incentive pay and those things. And so, Dustin, you need to, if you would, help us have the proper motion, and we can get a second to cover all that.
Yes, sir. So this morning, we approved the list with the exception of the department heads and then Tracy Guillory and Road and Bridge Precinct 2. And so I think if there was a motion that would approve the department head list as presented by the Human Resources Department, and then Anna can read in the specific amount for Tracy's incentive pay, and just a motion on that should cover it.
Okay.
So for Tracy Guillory in position 531, the assigned incentive payout is $1,316.
You need a separate motion on that one?
We just need a motion to approve the department head list as presented, and then Tracy's incentive pay as presented by.
Okay.
Okay.
So moved.
Second?
All right, that motion second. Any discussion?
Did she mention the payout plan, or did you just mention Tracy?
I identified the payout of $1,316.
Do you have to do the others? Does she have to do all of them?
Those are as
That's
presented.
already was presented.
Those are as
Okay,
presented.
that's fine.
Okay, great.
Great.
All right, so we have motion second. Any other discussion? All right, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
All right, pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to go back to that one budget amendment?
Yes, if that's okay.
Yes.
So I wanted to hop back in my agenda somewhere. Do you remember what item it was? There was a budget amendment that we deferred this morning. But we had confirmed that IT, it was when Tim had stepped in, but they are aware of it. And so they said that that one is okay to approve.
Oh,
If
the
we
one
want-
that Tim said he wasn't aware of, but
Yes,
someone in IT was.
yes,
Okay.
yes. And so they are,
Is it that one?
yes,
Yeah,
sorry.
that
So
was-
J1B for the
54?
474th.
Was that 54 or?
474th.
474.
Judge
Okay.
Bennett.
And so if we could rescind, I don't know if Mercedes can help us with motions and seconds, if we can rescind that and then approve it, so.
Will be fine, yes.
Okay.
Yes, so Jones made the motion and Smith second.
I rescind my motion to defer.
I rescind my second.
All right, now entertain a motion to approve.
I make a motion to approve the budget amendment as presented by the auditor.
Sure, second? I'll second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass, wait.
Sorry, I was late. I was reading where we were.
I was waiting on you, I was watching.
I know you were.
Okay, what's next?
So are we ready to go into budget discussions? So of course, we have tentative schedules each day, but I think right now we'll go ahead and have Anna speak on some personnel items. So it's a little bit different than our schedule showed today. But we'll have her go over some of the topics that she needs to cover. We did have scheduled Chris Collins later this afternoon to talk about economic development. So if we want to switch over to that topic in a bit and then come back to personnel, I'm assuming personnel will probably take up a good portion of the rest of the afternoon, but hard
Okay.
for me to tell till we get into it.
Yeah. Sound like a plan.
What are we doing now? Personnel?
Yes, sir.
Personnel, okay. Let's see, personnel. Do we have anything?
I don't believe there's anything in there for today yet.
This is not on the schedule for today, though, right?
No, but Anna was ready to go ahead and go through these bigger topics today, so we just thought.
Yes, my goal is to just touch on these bigger topics and hopefully tomorrow actually go through the line by line position requests, salary adjustments, and add to staff. And I'll try to keep this afternoon on just these bigger county-wide costs,
Okay.
possible costs for FY25. And so I've made an update to my compensation presentation that I already initially reviewed during court.
Is it on the drive?
Countywide compensation recommendations, is that what you're
I
saying?
believe so.
Okay.
It's under the budget workshops, Commissioners Court under salary request. And there's the HR presentation there.
County-side compensation recommendations. Okay.
And so what I'll go over is kind of the results from this morning's decision to adopt the new compensation structure with NFP. And so I want to go through that, and then I also want to go through our updated COLA estimate or projection as well.
I'm sorry, Haley, could you tell me where that is again?
If you're in like the overview of the workshops drive, there is a folder called salary request.
Okay, I see.
It should just be when you first open up that folder.
HR presentation.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So these are the new structures. Again, just to review, we have a core structure for all of our general county positions that aren't law enforcement or corrections. And then we have a pay structure for corrections, which is here at the top, establishing minimums, midpoints, and maximum for our corrections positions. And then we have a law enforcement structure that establishes, again, a minimum, midpoint, and maximum for our peace officer positions at the county. So using these updated minimums and maximums, I have this information here as a result of if we wanted to fully implement that structure effective fiscal year 2025. And so we have a total of 68 positions that are below that minimum, the newly established minimum. And so if the court wanted to bring all of those positions to the minimum, that amount would cost $231,955. These positions do not include positions that are currently under the STEP plan, because we have the sheriff's office presenting a proposed update to the STEP plan. Their plan would also bring jailer and deputy positions above the minimum. But we'll go over their plan in just a second. These are positions that are not STEP plan participants, these 68 positions. We have 37 positions that are above the maximum, the newly established maximums. And so the recommendations from the consultant on managing these positions moving forward is issuing the cost of living adjustment to the employees in these positions through regular payroll, however, not applying that COLA percentage to the budget to prevent it from further escaping that maximum or going further away from the maximum. So We would recommend implementing that practice that the consultant was recommending and having that practice until those positions were brought within the maximum range.
You got that?
Retirement paid on that COLA in that case?
Oh, yes, for sure.
Would it?
Yes.
Okay. Thought I'd ask.
What was the question?
Would retirement be paid on that COLA on the 37 above that would be paid bi-weekly? Did you say bi-weekly? It would be spread out bi-weekly?
Right, so it's like they would receive the COLA through their rate like they normally would in a COLA year. It's just going to be not applied to that budget line item.
But budget line salary, right. And I was asking, because my question yesterday, would we still pay retirement on that amount? And you say yes, okay.
And tell me if I'm wrong, so it would just be, we're adding a COLA, and then the next year, we'd peel off that COLA, then add that year's COLA. So it's not like a COLA on top of a COLA.
Exactly.
It's not stacked, okay.
It's not stacked. And
Until
so-
they get back
The
in.
budgeted salary would stay the same until they reach the, what, year 4, or what is that?
It's going to be different for each of the positions.
Whenever they hit at maximum or below.
Right. Because what will happen is we'll continue to age our pay structure. And so those maximums will increase and eventually will surpass that budgeted amount that will stay the same until it's underneath the maximum.
The day that the payroll guy, the consultant came in and proposed this structure, I asked if consideration had been given in when it comes to the commissioners, because are we lumped in with people that aren't in the unit road system, or are we lumped in with people that are in the unit road system?
So, good question. So salaries used for commissioner salary comparison are all of our comparable counties, which most are on a unit road system. And so our compensation consultant didn't make that differentiation and says that they normally don't when they're conducting the survey benchmarking information.
Is there any way to do that? Because I'll be honest with you, that probably is a minimum of half my time. So I was just curious.
Yes, and I have information kind of highlighting which of the comparable counties aren't on a unit road system and what their specific salaries are to compare to court. And so I plan to pull up a list of elected officials tomorrow to kind of run through the plan for how the court would like to address elected official salary budgets.
And it's not, I'm not proposing or recommending anything, I'm just
To look at
curious,
that.
because there's two levels of commissioners.
You ought to dissect those two levels.
Right.
And be apples to apples.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. And so that is after implementing the structure, what we have here, again, those positions, they're mostly entry-level type positions that are below the minimum, which is why you can see the cost impact total compared to our total personnel budget is a smaller percentage. What do I have next? So my recommendation would be to bring those positions to that minimum and then applying the cost of living adjustment to ensure that they'll stay above that minimum in following years. And so we have an updated cost of living adjustment that incorporates the newly released June CPI information from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And so we have a estimate of 3.11. So that is a new COLA estimate. And it's as up to date as we can get prior to finalizing budget. This has now been for the past few years. That's as new of information that we get up until budget finalizing that's June CPI.
So if you bring them to minimum, then you add the COLA, we go with your recommendation of COLA, then it puts them 3.11% over COLA, over minimum.
Right.
So, all right, give me the factors about what gets somebody from minimum to midpoint, besides COLA.
So the new structure will do that in small increments over time. We're going to be aging the structure at a lower rate than our general increases would be, which means year to year, positions will move through their pay grade. Because we'd only age the structure by 1 to 2% if the general increase or COLA was something like 3%.
What if the increase was, what if COLA was 0.9?
So
You age the,
we may not age the
you
structure.
may not age, there's no guarantee.
Right.
That you, okay.
And that is to ensure that salaries move through the grades.
Yeah, stay with it, yeah.
So tenure drives it.
Partially, yes. If there are other, and that's something that we have already, additional information that the consultant has provided us is a matrix for determining salary incentive or payouts that could be used to move positions through budget. But that's still very much preliminary, just starting that modeling to see how we could apply it here at the county. But that longevity or tenure would not be the only factor, but it would be a factor.
So how does performance move them?
That would be one of the factors in this matrix that they've given us. They have performance evaluation scoring built into this matrix.
Yeah. That's important. So,
I think it's also important that once whatever is decided on, that it be in such a manner that it can be explained and everyone understand it when they're hired or when they're already currently here.
Yes.
That we don't make it so complicated that with so many moving parts that no one understands
Right.
what's happening. So that's all I had. Move on.
Yeah, I would agree, and I think our hope is to begin at a good foundation, having everybody within the newly established pay grades and then building on that in the following fiscal year to further expand the structure, practices, and maintenance.
So what you're proposing is that we move 68 positions to minimum,
To minimum.
and then
add
all
the COLA.
positions to 3.11.
Yes, applying a cost of living adjustment.
What's the low cost of that?
She got that.
Well, it was 231,955 for moving to 68 to minimum, but I don't know what it is when you apply 3.11 to all of it.
So let me share a different screen.
Where's it?
So that's my issue is I could see, to hold the workforce, be competitive, those things, we get those 68 to minimum. I don't see adding, then going ahead and bumping them above that 3 point.
Not giving the 3.11 to the,
If we
to
moved
the
them,
68,
if we moved them more than COLA,
move them more than COLA.
then the COLA, we would get them to the minimum, which
Yeah.
could be more
So
than
why
what
wouldn't, yeah, I agree. We wouldn't want to give them any more than 3.11.
we moved them up. They got an increase. They're now in a competitive spot.
But the reason they're getting the increase is because they're below
We wouldn't want to give them.
where everyone else is.
Do we put them right back into under
Put 'em
minimum
right back.
based off the 3.11?
There's a chance.
So what'll happen in following years is, because we're gonna age the structure, and so if we have them at exactly minimum, depending
Yeah,
on
they
what
get
COLA
below.
could do next year, if we
So
don't.
they would get the COLA the next year, which would bring them,
So
keep
it
them at
should
minimum,
pan
right?
out, but they'll always be at that minimum unless we implement a
Till
way
those
to get
other
them.
factors hit in.
Exactly.
that you
So they're
said.
gonna go, but what he's saying is that if you take them to minimum, they're gonna be 3.11 above minimum.
Right.
Everyone is. That's already at minimum, right? That's at the minimum level, it will be 3.11 above. How many other employees we talking about besides those 68? 900? I mean, no, 500, let's say 500. So there's, and I'm using this hypothetical. And so there's 68 out of the 500 below, which is 432.
Right.
Okay. And we're gonna bring those 68 up even with those 432, and then give the 3.11 to the 432, and
So
the
they would be
68 will
above
still
minimum?
lag behind
Mhm.
the other 432.
Oh, they'll
When all
be
we're
at
doing
minimum.
when all we're doing is bringing them up to minimum to start with.
Exactly.
No.
I missed that, huh?
So, maybe I'm missing it, but
Yeah.
if you bring everybody, so
Because what
we got a group of folks that are below minimum, and we want to be competitive, so we moved them to minimum. They probably moved more than 3 point, than the COLA. So they get it, you don't have to call it COLA, we got them to the minimum. Next year, if COLA was 3%, then they automatically, as long as they're at minimum, they get the 3%. They're no lower than 3. If they're lower than that, then they get the amount to get them into minimum again.
That's correct, and what Commissioner Smith is saying is also correct, because those positions I haven't identified, they are at minimum or above. So applying a 3.11% or a 3.11% COLA will push those folks 3% above the current minimum.
But it makes everyone equal.
But the concern I have is, let's just say that we get a person that's below minimum, and it only takes 2% to get them back to the minimum, but we give out a 3% COLA. So
give
this
them one
person's
more
over everything.
percent.
Give them
They
1 more
earn-
percent.
they earn
Yeah,
1%.
you just give them 1 more
Well, I
percent.
understand, but if that's not part of the policy, it,
How are you gonna get somebody that's below minimum once we establish this minimum? And everybody that's hired comes in at the minimum at that step?
Yeah.
How are you gonna get somebody, once we raise everybody
The
up?
next year, they get the new COLA.
Yeah, the next year you get,
But they're up with, they're just in with everyone else now and getting the COLA.
But the
But they
other
weren't
factors.
before.
What about if you did it conversely, gave those 68, 3.11, and didn't raise them up? Give everybody 3.11, but don't raise them up, that wouldn't bring them up to minimum,
For some of them, it would not.
would not.
These are the total estimates Francis helped me with. So these are totals for a few scenarios. Let me make, I don't know.
And these don't include step pay,
Okay, this, yeah,
positions on step pay, just so.
exactly. These are non-step pay positions. And so we have the cost to the county with just a straight 3.11% COLA without making any adjustments to minimum is this $1,312,000 figure. Then we have option number 2, which is what I would recommend, and that's bringing positions to minimum. So here's that cost I had already identified of $231,955. Then applying a COLA across the board, it'd be $1,551,829. And just swinging big, we had the last option there is bringing all positions to midpoint, then applying COLA is that $3 million figure there at the bottom.
Good try.
Then you destroy
Yeah.
the whole philosophy of being in a range and earning your way up through multiple factors. I don't always agree with that at all.
That's just accepting and this might not be a goal that the court wants, and that's just being above competitive market. That's all that would help accomplish.
I think we need to be at competitive, not above.
The only thing that I'm still trying to digest all this here, I would hate to see somebody that's below minimum right now, and it only takes 1.5% or 2% to get them to minimum, but they don't get a 3.11 when everybody else does. I would think
But they got
you
it.
you gotta add whatever they're short of the 3.11, I think
Yeah.
you have to add it to it.
I'm okay with that, to get them to minimum.
Right, well, but it would take them a little above minimum, but it's a 1% pay raise for them, so to speak. If that's all it takes to get them into the minimum range, everybody else gets 3.11 and they get 1%.
And there are a few examples of that where they're just
Well,
a
I
couple
would want-
hundred away from the
I
minimum.
couldn't see that being fair.
What I would want to see is, and I think this is where you're coming from, is that everybody gets 3.11, whether it's a bump up to a minimum or above, or, you know, a little bit above.
That's kind of what I'm getting at right there,
Yeah.
is it?
So that you don't get, and I don't know, you know, I haven't gone through the 68 positions to see what it looks like, where, you know, how far below minimum, you know, are they 2% below minimum? Are they 3%, 4, 5, 6% below minimum?
Varies. It's gonna vary, so that's
Right, it's gonna be
the-
varying.
Mhm.
So, I don't know if you're, how many positions are like that?
And I see what you're saying, if it takes a person 6% to get the minimum, and then you give them 3%, they've got a 9% raise, and everyone else has got a 3.11 or something like that. But the other side of that is, all these years, they've been below everyone else, that's 6%.
They might have been at market, it's just that market changed. I mean, the other thing you can do is say, before, you apply the 3.11, and then everybody that didn't get the minimum, move them, you just go ahead and move them on into minimum. What would be wrong with that? They got the COLA.
So on average, those positions that are below that minimum, they're below minimum on average by $3,411.
Average.
Mhm.
I mean, some are above, some are below.
Right,
3,000 what?
$411.
411.
Is the average?
Yes.
And everybody
So
write
let's
it
say
down.
our,
Everybody
so,
write it down.
so our average salary, what's the average of the salaries?
Their current salaries, right?
Mhm.
45,216.
And that's those 68 people.
Yes, sir.
So that would be 3.
So, let's see, we have,
That's going to be about a 7.5% increase on average,
One time,
one time.
one time.
That's a tough one. So that would be over double the COLA.
And that's where that 231, or what it is, comes to.
Mhm.
You just divide, yeah.
So we want to bring them in, but the idea is not for them to leapfrog other people in the process, right?
right, but
They
they
won't do
would
that.
not
Well,
do
if-
that.
If we brought them in at the 7 and the COLA,
If we brought them into minimum and then applied the COLA, they'd pretty much be.
Yeah, I don't, at this point, you can't give somebody 7% and then 3.11
that
on
was
top of
my
that.
point, is
Yeah.
that it would, they
No.
would leapfrog others in that, in the pay structure.
They wouldn't. So those
The other ones
positions,
move up also too.
they're
Look at
also,
Okay, I'm with you. Everybody's getting the 3.11,
Yeah.
so
Yes.
I got you.
They
Never
would
mind.
also move up.
Yeah.
So these folks that were brought to minimum wouldn't, you know,
So I'm sure if they
go past
propose
those
with, do you
already
want
above
7 or do
minimum.
you want a 3.11? Sure. Give me the 7.
So you're.
So how much,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
the plan as presented in this spreadsheet, would cost 1.5 million. And that does that not include the 3.11 to the 68?
It does. That is bringing everybody that's not a step plan participant to minimum, then applying COLA.
Well, I think we need another calculation of what it would look like so the 231, take those out, and then add in the 3.11 to everybody else. So that's
So just a COLA without bringing folks to minimum?
no, bring the 68 up to minimum.
And then move them.
And then move them, set them aside, and then add the
COLA to the remaining.
and I think that's where you're at.
Yeah.
That's, yes.
That would be that top number plus the 231, right?
Well, those 68 positions are in that 42 million number.
Wouldn't it,
So we would have to figure out what, I guess, their total
Yeah.
salaries are and extract that.
wouldn't it
Do
be
you
like
know?
1.5, I mean, you take the
What you're
1.5,
saying.
subtract the 231, and that's the increase of everybody getting the
It's 3
3.11, with
million.
the exception of those 68 people.
74,745.
Your COLA, your total of COLA amount's gonna come down.
07474.
Yes,
But
that's
it's
right.
not gonna be attached to the
Mhm,
238.
to the
Be
68.
attached to 68 people.
Yeah, 238,000 or whatever it was.
You gotta
Everybody
put less.
gets less than minimum. Everybody's brought to minimum.
Everybody's brought, yep.
And everybody that was brought to minimum, like you say, move that aside, and everybody else that's above minimum, apply the COLA. And that way this bunch didn't catch up to this bunch, and they didn't see a benefit. This bunch caught up to here, and this has got 3.11% more.
Okay.
And then all the other factors that move people from minimum to max are still in place.
And then I think we need a spreadsheet with all 68 of the positions so we can see what it looks like for all 68 of those positions.
How much it's moving.
How much
It's
it's moving on,
individual.
right.
Totally agree.
Because if somebody is only moving, say, 2%,
$200.
or, 1 or 2 less than 3.11%, I'd be open to moving those.
And we have some like
Yeah.
that.
So
It's a
instead
lot of our
1%,
clerk
if you get the
positions.
minimum, they get the
Yeah,
2.1.
they wouldn't get the 3.11, they would get
Different.
2 point whatever
2
to
point
make up
whatever
the
the
difference.
difference is.
Yes. I like that.
That seems fair.
Yeah.
But yes, the spreadsheet would be helpful.
And just roughly, Anna had given me the number, the total salary of those 68 positions. So the COLA on those non-68 positions would be 1.2 million, and then plus your 231,000.
Okay.
So I think, if I'm understanding what you're,
Yes.
So
it's
it would
like
be-
1.4 versus 1.5.
yes, and so if you just take really 100,000 off those first two numbers,
Yeah,
roughly.
about 100,000.
Mhm.
And of the 68 positions, well, let me do this. 32 of them would need less than or equal to $540 to bring them to minimum. So if they didn't have COLA applied, they would be getting less of a percentage than everyone else. So that's 32, the 68.
32 of them?
That wouldn't get to minimum? They'd still get to minimum, right?
They would get the minimum, but these 32, it would only take $540 or less to get them to that minimum. So if only that minimum amount was applied, they would be receiving less than.
The 3.11.
So
Exactly.
you gotta take whatever percentage
Yeah,
that is.
so what, we gotta,
subtract it
we
from-
gotta get them up to 3.11.
In other words, their effective increase.
Minus the 500.
Yeah, everybody's effective increase should be,
So
Be
I
whatever it
think
takes
what
to
I
get them to
can,
minimum.
what I
And if
can
it's
do
less than
just.
3.11, then add that.
add that on top of that.
So, right, what I can do, just so that the same kind of method is applied to all the positions, is we can reverse the order of the COLA. Apply COLA first to these
That's my point,
positions
yeah.
that are below minimum, and then at that point, only address the positions
That's a
that-
great idea.
that didn't make it to minimum,
Yeah.
and just get them that remaining amount to minimum.
Get the minimum, okay.
Could we do that?
Mhm.
Okay, because that would be less than the
Yeah,
one.
Yeah,
that's cleaner.
Okay.
yeah, I like that method.
I got there. It takes me a few minutes, but.
I'm glad you did.
Okay, so we can do that and bring that total back.
I need a break for
Okay.
a second.
What time's,
Yeah.
Chris coming?
So at 3, but I haven't.
Chris is coming at 3?
Supposedly at
Yes.
3.
So what time what else were you gonna
We
discuss
can
after
push it.
this?
So this is great. I got a method for moving forward to bringing positions to minimum. That was a big piece. The next,
Okay.
the next biggest piece I wanted to cover was going over the proposed sheriff's office step plan.
Okay,
And
all right.
going through the cost and what that would mean in conjunction with our new structure.
So let's do this. We've been meeting for an hour and 45 minutes, I think, and so let's take a 5-minute recess, and then that way we don't have to stop through the sheriff's department piece. Recess.
Recording stopped.
3:11. Court back in session. Okay.
I'm going to share my screen again, and so we can hit the next topic.
What's the next topic? Will it be on one of these drives?
It's the following slide in that HR presentation I have.
Okay.
Where'd they go? There it is.
So we have the Sheriff's Office proposing an updated step plan. The Sheriff's Office peace officer and corrections positions are currently on a step plan. That plan was implemented, I believe, 7 years ago. And so they've been on a step plan for quite some time. There wasn't a official review by a compensation professional or consultant at that time or at that time of implementation. And so that'll be a difference here with this plan. We just happen to coincide with a year that we have consultants on deck helping us. And so we took advantage and took this plan the Sheriff's Office came up with and shared it with the consultants to see what their thoughts were on it. So I want to go through the estimated cost of implementing the plan, and then just some notes about the structure of this plan that's being proposed.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the consultants agreed that their plan was not a bad plan, correct?
Right.
Okay, that it was within the confines of what we're trying to do.
Right. So this is a quick snapshot of what this plan is. And so again, we have the law enforcement side, that's our peace officers under the Sheriff's Office. Those are the only county peace officers that would be under the plan. And then we have our corrections step plan, and we have different steps depending on what rank we have. In that sense, it's similar to the plan that we currently have in place. So each rank has its own values and quantity of steps. But on average, there's only three steps for each rank. So you meet your 3-year anniversary, you move up a step, you meet your 5-year anniversary, you move up a step, and then you meet the 7-year or more anniversary, you move up an additional step, and that's pretty much it. And so we had the consultants review our plan as it exists now. It's not a common plan. There's no clean mathematical formula that populates each step and the step that follows in the same rank.
Under our current plan.
Under our current plan, yes. This plan that the Sheriff's Office is proposing matches the newly implemented minimum and maximum for the law enforcement structure and corrections structure.
All right, back the wagon up a little bit. Where are you getting 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, 7 year? When I'm saying years, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that, what were you talking about there?
That's our current plan.
Oh, that's our current plan.
Yes.
Oh, okay. No wonder I could.
Yes.
Okay.
And so that's what I was referencing, how our current plan
I see,
functions.
right.
And so the plan that's being proposed, it's a move more on an annual basis. So slowly creeping to that maximum rather than kind of big chunks at a time where the employee doesn't see an increase for 3 years, then 5 years, and 7 years. And so
Does this plan have that under the other plan? What did you call it? That automatic something every year or something? What was that term you used? Where you bump it a percent or 2% or?
oh, the aging of the
Aging, yeah.
So it's still it's going to be within the bounds of the structure. We're going to reference the minimum and the maximum of this new, and let me just go back to that page so we can all kind of have that as a reminder. These are the structures that are referenced for
But
that
each of
step
those
plan.
will age every year, a different percent, not always constant, it could be a different,
This one will, that's right. The plan itself, like other salaries, budgeted salaries around the county, the cost of living adjustment is what would be applied to update that,
okay,
those steps.
okay.
So here we have the corrections pay structure. These minimums and maximums are what's used to establish the steps of this proposed plan. The same for the law enforcement structure minimum and maximum. So for example, you see here the jailer slot minimum is 49,100. The maximum is 63,800. When we flip back to this proposed plan, you can see the first step is that minimum 49,100. The maximum is this 63,000 figure here.
63,785.01.
And so
Stepped, okay. into
that those same confines are used in each of the ranks.
So you can't become a corporal until you've completed 2 years, is that correct?
So each job description for these ranks have their minimum requirements to enter the role. And so what this is dictating is not necessarily that requirement, but what pay they'll be eligible for depending on their years of experience. And so I have there at the bottom the implementation costs. How much would this plan cost to roll out initially this first year, bringing everybody kind of within these new bands? We're talking $1,480,000.
Anna, so the plan that they have now been implemented for 7 years. So where has that put us? And maybe you're gonna get to that, but I kind of thought in my mind, I needed to kind of start with it, is that where did that put us competitive-wise with other SOs and then also, I guess, private sector, but I don't know if we can get there with that, but what did this 7-year plan, have we stayed competitive?
So for some ranks, it's competitive, but for our entry-level positions, which
That's
experience the most turnover, they're not competitive. And so the market midpoint was higher than averaging our base level or entry-level steps.
So does this plan address that, where
Right.
okay.
Using this.
Kind of like we just did, taking our minimum, working on it, moving it up.
Right. So similar to what we just did with there's 68 positions identified that are below minimum. For these positions that participate in STEP plan, there's 353 positions, I believe, that are budgeted, just the base budget is below that minimum. And so the majority of those are our deputies and our jailer positions, which are our positions that experience the most turnover. And so creating this step where the first step is the minimum of this new structure and the top step is the maximum of this structure, naturally then the midpoint becomes our market midpoint, implementing this structure. So the consultants reviewed it, the structure is in line, the plans or the steps are in line with what they more typically see with other law enforcement agencies. As far as this tiering, as the tier structure as you go up rank, and then the amounts are within bounds of the structure that they're recommending for us, which is based on market midpoint. So they built their structure around that market midpoint, what other comparable agencies are paying for these positions, for these specific ranks.
And this does the same.
Right.
What's our current minimum? Jailer?
48,000, thank you, yes, 951.
I didn't hear.
48,951.
does this move people up through this faster than the old step deal did, right?
It provides a more consistent increase every year.
Okay. And yeah, I'm sure you'll address this at some point, but something in my mind that needs to be kept in addition to that is that night shift differentials so we can retain those people at that night shift. This is not doing away with that, I hope.
No, I would not recommend doing away with that. It seems to have had a positive effect when it comes to turnover. And so that's not something that we would recommend. We would see that as more of a supplement
Okay.
to either our current plan or new plan. First step. I can continue on with some notes on the plan. Again, it was reviewed by consultants. It's in line with the updated structure. It aligns with the new minimum and maximums. The plan would result in an average increase of $3,411 for 60% of current employees under the STEP plan.
That's the exact amount that was getting those 68 to minimum.
So the majority of the folks that are seeing this average bump, those are those base jailers, base deputies that have years of experience with the county. Those are where those larger differences are coming from. Because they now, if they've been here for 7 years as a jailer, they would now be eligible. They would be placed, if this plan were implemented, at this $58,000. And same for a deputy. And so those jumps are what account for the majority of the cost of this plan.
Do we have anybody currently who's, let's say, been a jailer for 10 years?
We do.
Absolutely.
What's their salary right now?
They made $48,951. The total is 54 something and change.
So this would be a big deal for them.
Yes.
Commissioner, the biggest group of people that are affected are those orange columns. That's your base employees, highest turnover employees. That is what this plan prioritizes. It's the entire goal.
Okay.
So there's an average figure there for you for increase. Because these numbers have been updated with the structure and because of the amount of increase, we would see HR would not recommend applying COLA on top of the numbers that were just calculated for this new plan. And so HR would recommend accepting this plan as presented here without COLA.
And when you say that, the positions that aren't affected, that aren't gonna see a bump, do they wait for COLA for another year or two, or do they get COLA this year?
So,
Because I don't think your management sees any benefit out of this year, correct?
for the most part, those would be the individuals that don't necessarily see a huge increase with the implementation of the plan.
Are they going to see any increase?
So their placement in the plan, David and I are still ironing out policy details. And so the exact number of increase, we would have a final number once a policy was presented for administration.
Let's hold off on that 3.11 not being applied till we find out if.
Sure.
Who's, I mean, in my mind, if somebody's not being affected at all, we need to consider that.
Well, you got to worry about your ratios there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got to.
Oh.
So, David, go ahead. You were going to say something. David's going to tell you, don't give me any more money. I got a tax problem already.
I want to emphasize what the goal is, right? The goal is the structure. Like the amounts have changed and you're not seeing the entire view of that. That's a simplistic view. There's some percentages down below that. And what's great is the parasitic nature of that vertical flow across there makes it so that in the future, where we've had these issues and come to the court, where we've had issues with proletariat level positions and needed to increase those salaries, well, now it eats into corporal. Now we have to worry about that. This eliminates that problem. It eliminates a lot of problems we've experienced in the past and we will experience in the future very shortly with the patrol division. I am very reluctant to say, apply a COLA to the position. I would almost rather have you say, just bump it up to the next slot, because that would be, if you look at the full holistic view of this, I don't know if y'all have access to it, but most of these positions are based on like 3.05, 3.24, 3.79. So just give them the next slot. It's about 3.11%, depending on which slot exactly, because then it's still in the tier of the system. We're not creating new slots in the system.
That's what y'all are working on right now.
Maintain the structure of the system is vital, because we're prioritizing those orange columns right there for our.
The step placement for implementation, that is the detail we want to iron out.
Why wouldn't we do a plan like this for the whole county?
That one's not
If
me.
we're having a hard time.
We got a different plan. Like,
Well,
If the court
I mean,
wanted,
that's a,
If we're,
I don't think,
if we're
we got-
trying to award longevity, reward longevity and
Experience.
experience, things like that, so, I don't know.
we have things in place for that. I think that workforce is completely different. It's more regimented than our general, regular workforce. It's just its style. It's the way it is. And, modifying, for us to come in and try to modify the plan that they've got is, I think, gonna cause more problems.
And to that note, Judge, I will say this, where I don't take any side on that, Commissioner Jones, whatsoever.
And I don't have a side either. I'm not
Right.
advocating, I'm just.
I do like it, though. It flows well. So I'm partial to it.
They have to ask what
It flows super well.
That's to me.
Your employees
why-
understand it.
Right, it flows really well. and
So
there's-
when we did research, when the salary survey was going on with the two consultants, we found that the majority of local police departments that are part of cities and county sheriff's offices that are part of the county governments had different pay structures for their sworn personnel than they did for their unsworn or civilian personnel.
Civilian, yeah.
So very rarely did an agency have the same, it was always like, here's the LE and corrections, and then here's the civilian people, is how most of the entities do it. Now, that doesn't, I'm not saying that's the solution for the county, that's y'all's purview.
This
That's
gives a more emphasis on longevity, which.
We did away with.
Yes, and for reasons, because we wanted performance-based to be, I mean, longevity is gonna be considered, but it's not the number one driver. And so it's gonna be doing a good job, and the normal promotion process.
But I agree
There's
with
less-
your concern, or your
There's less, but there's way less opportunity for promotion in the civilian, on the civilian side.
let's see how the canary comes out of the coal mine.
That's
and
a
maybe
good point,
reconsider.
because you can promote, so how are you gonna promote when there's not a spot to promote into?
Yeah, right.
So then your only other alternative is just keep driving the salary up. And then all of a sudden, you're paying over the market. And so
But
is
we're-
that what the taxpayer wants to do? I think he wants to try to analyze it and hit right on the mark, which is hard to do, I understand.
But I think you have merit in what you're saying, Will. That's kind of what I'm saying. I don't want to call the sheriff's office a guinea pig, but let's see how the canary comes out of the coal mine, and if this looks very effective, and maybe the private, or maybe the civilian sector starts looking at something like that. I don't know.
You just look at a senior operator, a senior equipment operator at the county, and the only thing that they're ever gonna go up to is go up with is the COLA.
Well, they can get a higher certification and apply for a job higher, where they can't,
But they're not gonna have.
But I mean, that's all we have.
That's all we have. It'll be somewhere else. We lose them.
Could be. But we don't have a lot of turnover there, so.
True.
Something must be right. I don't have a problem with this from the standpoint, it's obviously makes us comparable to other law enforcement entities throughout the state, according to the consultants. And hopefully we'll solve some issues with turnover.
And Commissioners, I will tell y'all, we've had several draft versions of policies that we've had to reevaluate and rewrite. And as things change, it's a very fluid situation because we're going to run into all kinds of little implementation errors or problems that we're going to have to overcome, just barriers that we can certainly overcome. So we are working well with HR. We are not stuck on any individual policy, and we are going to come to a solution that is going to be applicable for the county as a whole, for sure.
And that is why I had that final note just to cover with the court, and that's if the court wanted to move forward with adopting the plan, we would just ask for some time even into the new fiscal year for implementation, because that's really a three-office kind of effort between HR and crafting policy, of course, Sheriff's Office and communicating to employees, and then the Auditor's Office with implementing that in our pay system initially, and of course auditing to be sure that we're implementing it accurately and by policy. And so it would be very similar to the implementation of night shift differential last year. There was a budget approved for it, and then working through it with the Sheriff's Office, we later came forward and presented a policy to administer that plan in detail. And so that pay didn't start for employees until November, I believe, until November. And so that would be our recommendation here, is not set an expectation for an effective 10/1 start date and have pay remain the same until the full plan was implemented later in the fiscal year.
Which we are perfectly fine with, Commissioners, and we're going to dedicate whatever amount of labor that we can to support their offices to aid the process, make it smooth, work through the problems as they come up, and come to just amicable solutions that are best for the county overall.
I'm going to ask you this question because I know you probably already have factored it in, but those positions that come up to minimum, and you were talking about the rest of them, just bump them up a smidge to get them to that next level, what is the cost of that?
Okay, so that depends on the year slot and the grouping, right? So I have looked at that, and I have looked at that by grouping. And by grouping, I mean like deputy, corporal, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, jailer, corporal, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, across. It's going to cost another $155,000 to something is ultimately what it costs.
So it goes to basically 1.6 then?
1.61, right around there and change. But I can tell you, Commissioner, that I think we can work it out for between us and HR. Like our agenda is just to have an amicable system that is within the range of the market. The major issue we ran into, like some of our beginning salaries were kind of okay. The problem with it is our patrol deputy was 24% low on the top end. So we're losing people, and we're not losing the people we want to lose, we're losing our tenured people. We're keeping the new people, so having something that reaches that midpoint that HR has pointed out is vital for us on the patrol division, on the jail division, all of our divisions across. That tenure means something, helps us tremendously.
Those are the main pieces I wanted to cover with the most substantial impact that would happen with the personnel budget is kind of landing on a COLA figure and getting guidance on applying that COLA to positions under the new structure. We have that guidance. We'll get that number back to court, applying cost of living first, and then bringing the remaining positions to minimum that aren't at minimum with that, and combining that figure with now this estimate for a new step pay plan if the court wanted to go forward with it.
Okay.
And that would take care of a huge chunk of the decisions before the court.
One last, but next year, COLA would be applied to this.
That would be our recommendation, yes.
That's right.
It,
Next year.
COLA is applied to
So this would be.
to the structure, not the slots, right? It's important that the structure is maintained. The structure is just feeding the slots, but yes.
Yes, we would recommend beginning the normal COLA process in the following fiscal year for 2026. It's just in this initial implementation, the numbers, the plan are already within minimum and maximum. So we didn't see a need to have to adjust above that.
Looks good.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, thank y'all. All right, we've got Chris Collins here. And, let's see, what item is that under? This is gonna be just under the budget workshop, right? Workshop. Yeah.
I have a little deja vu.
All over again.
Yes.
As Jane Bear was-
And I followed her last time too, so.
So within our Economic Development Department in the general fund, we have multiple line items that Chris is going to cover today. So that the spaceport and our portion of some software that the chamber uses that we contract with the city of Waco on and half those costs. Also just the amount that we pay the chamber or help fund the chamber each year. And then also the transfer that we transfer to our Economic Development Fund, the Waco McLennan County Economic Development Corporation Fund. And so I'm going to go ahead and let her start and talk through those requests for next year.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, just as a reminder, and we talk about this every year, but you know, at the end of the day, our goal of economic development is to create prosperity for the citizens and the businesses of this community, and we do that through a diversified economy, attraction of new industry into the marketplace, and new capital investment, expanding the tax base so that we can do the things that we want to do as a community, and attracting and retaining a talent into the marketplace. So we'll start with the Economic Development Corporation first. I think everybody's very familiar with the organization as a whole. Judge Felton presides over the Economic Development Corporation. Bradley Ford, city manager for Waco, serves on that board, as well as Bill Clifton as the representative that's been designated by the Waco Industrial Foundation. And the focus of that group is really to help make investments that have a strong return on investment into the community, that help grow the tax base, diversify the economy, and create and retain high-paying job opportunities into the marketplace. So the city and the county each annually fund the program. It began in 1996 with an annual contribution of $500,000, and last year it's grown to $8 million collectively between the two organizations. We're sitting on there's a $26 million fund balance right now. We have $13.5 million worth of project commitments, leaving about $13 million worth of funds available to commit. And that seems like a lot of money, but I'll explain to you why. What that means in our competitive environment that we work with. But you'll notice that we do compete with Type A and Type B sales tax corporations. Our projects require a minimum, and this is likely to change in the near future, but the minimum wage requirement for all positions is $15 an hour, an overall average wage of at least $17.50, and healthcare benefits. And then there's a residency component to it too, with percentages residing in McLennan County and the city of Waco. And then we strive for a 20% return on investment and a 5-year or less payback as we look at the economic impact analysis for the community. And so again, we look at this as an investment and we want to make sure that because these are
When was the
taxpayer.
last time that that minimum hourly wage was increased?
I think it's been 4 years since we've increased it. So
That's
it's,
gotta-
it's due for an adjustment for sure. But, so on the next slide, I talked a second ago about where we are in comparison to our competing communities across the state of Texas. So these are areas across the state that we compete with regularly, but just to see what the collections related to Type A and Type B Economic Development Corporation sales tax revenues look like. I think always, Frisco is always an outlier when it comes to.
No need to compare.
Yeah, but when we look at others across the state, you know, the average revenue across all of these is $20 million. It's up well over 40% in where they saw collections in the 2022 year. So these always lag a year. And certainly the city and the county have made extraordinary strides in annually increasing the funding going into the Economic Development Corporation. So with the $8 million, I think that, you know, that is, that's a strong level for us to be at. Certainly with the level of investments that we continue to see come into the state of Texas and the size of those investments, having an availability of funds to compete when it comes to that is going to be an important thing to think about. So think about what we're committing towards the graphic packaging project, right? And that's being handled in a number of different ways, but you know, there's a commitment there from the Economic Development Corporation that's handling certain things. But if the Industrial Foundation or the City of Waco hadn't been able to come in and do some financial things on that end of it and utilization of the TERS, it's likely that more of that request would have come to the Economic Development Corporation, right? So it would be easy for a very large $500 million or $1 billion project to come along and completely wipe out the funds available to commit. So that's why we want to make sure that there's a healthy fund balance going in every year, because unlike these folks that have a perpetual revenue stream that comes in that they can take advantage of and that replenishes really quickly, in order for us to get back up to that $20 million cycle or fund balance, you're talking about two to three cycles of funding for us to get back into it. So it's one of those things.
How are we, so we see financially here.
Yep.
Do we have enough land? I mean, where are we at with regards to land? I mean, we can see where we're at financially, how much assets we have to throw at it, but are we getting close on having to look for different industrial areas or?
Absolutely. I mean, that's something that we have to, that the Industrial Foundation is looking at as a key priority, looking at where the next areas can be for growth. Right, so it's
Big, I mean, it's.
absolutely. So there's an abundancy of land available in McLennan County, but the question is, where's the infrastructure in
So does it
relation to
have
the
to be
land?
in the city of Waco?
No.
So Robinson tract that Walmart went on, that was Industrial Foundation property in Robinson. And
Did they receive a WebMec grant for that?
No, sir.
Okay, so so that's my question is.
How do we handle those?
Yes, and do you have to be in the city of Waco to receive a WebMec grant?
So I think that that there's strong support for opportunities that are in Waco ETJ if they haven't been incorporated into the city yet.
Okay, but what does the policy say right now?
There's not a policy around it.
No.
There's not a policy?
There's a voting board.
Oh, okay.
And they make a decision on it, but, so City of Waco didn't have a problem with, helping out on SpaceX, which is in McGregor.
Right, I remember
I think
that.
if it's first of all, if it has a significant impact Waco selling water, if they're, I mean, they're, so the fact they don't have a policy, if they said, yeah, we're gonna help out with this, it's outside of our industrial deal, they've shown that they would do it. But traditionally, what we do is WebMec money goes into projects that go into the Waco Industrial Foundation and ETJs, right? So,
Yes, sir. And part of that is too because, Waco has made a significant investment in the infrastructure to make those things available for industry. And so that's the priority from the partnership, is that since City of Waco and McLennan County are equally putting in dollars, that, we go with who's made the investments first. And then if there's not a suitable location within Waco or Waco ETJ, but we can find something that's in McLennan County, we're certainly going to do that. But you can see where the Economic Development Corporation has been over the last few years. So, starting in 2016, we've really seen a strong amount of growth in funding for the Economic Development Corporation. But you can see it was pretty stagnant between 2007 through 2015, where we didn't see any increases into the annual contributions. And then we've really been able to see a strong growth in the funding, and correspondingly with that, you would also see that there has been a significant amount of investment that's come into the community too. So when we talk about the return on investment, that's a big thing for us. When we look at the corporation, we've supported 77 projects, approved $55 million in grants, and that's leveraged $1.12 billion in private industrial investment. So that's leveraged for every dollar that WEDMEC has put in, it's leveraged $20 in corporate investment. With the current commitments that we have, so we have not brought the graphic packaging deal to y'all for consideration yet. When that comes through, along with the other things that we have in the pipeline right now, that increases that ratio from $1.20 to $1.36. So for every dollar you put in, you get an additional $36 back in return on investment. And I think if somebody said, "Hey, give me $1 and I'll give you 35 or 36 bucks back," you'd be willing to do that, right?
yeah.
When we look at the economic impact now of the fund too, if you look at what the investment has done, it represents 4 to 5 cents on the tax rolls for McLennan County at least. So if you were to not have those investments because the Economic Development Corporation wasn't there to help bridge the gap and get the deal done, the tax rate would have to be at least 4 or 5 cents higher than it is now in order to generate the revenue that would be missing for the county. So I think that's a strong way of looking at it.
Yeah.
And so, have we done our job? I think, there's lots of factors in there, but I like to think the things that we do in economic development are having a strong return on investment. They're helping to expand the industrial tax base and generating more dollars that isn't required for citizens and the residents of the community to have to pour into. And then that's also having a return on investment and a ripple effect in the community with more dollars being circulated into the community. There's secondary job creation that comes along with everything, with all of these projects, and that means that people are being hired to do other things, that they're spending their money locally, and that's generating more tax dollars that benefit, sales tax dollars that benefit the community too. So you can see, we started out at $4 billion worth of taxable tax base in 1997. We're at $27 billion, almost $27.5 billion for 2023. And even if you took the time value of money, we'd still have a significant growth that we've seen in where we are and where we were when the Economic Development Corporation started. So I think that your return on investment's been a good one.
Good.
And then when we look at what's on the horizon for us, we have 10 really strong projects in the pipeline right now, and they are in diversified areas as well. We had a great announcement today with, thanks to y'all over lunch at our mid-year luncheon with EFC. But in addition to that, we still have 10 other jobs that are, 10 other projects that are in the pipeline, 1,000 new potential jobs associated with those, 2 million square feet of new construction and absorbed space. So, you know, about 75% of that's new construction, and the rest of it would be absorbed space, representing just under $500 million worth of new potential investment. And so, and these are ones that we feel really strong about. And feel like they have a good likelihood of crossing the finish line. So the momentum continues when it comes to this work that we're doing. And so our funding requests, looking at the new year, is for that number to move to $8.7 million for the upcoming fiscal year, with the city and the county each contributing $4.35 million. That $350,000 increase for each entity would be represents our desire to expand our economic development activities. So historically, there's not been any funding that's come to the chamber for the work that we've done. It's and so you'll see that there'll be two asks today. There's the maintaining for what we have, and then there's the ability to expand the work that we're doing. And we think that right now, I mean, they're talking about us being in a manufacturing super cycle right now, and for us to be able to fully maximize the opportunities, we really need to be able to expand the work that we're doing. And so that additional $350,000 would be to add some additional staff to our team, expand our marketing initiatives, expand the domestic and international business development activities that we're doing, and then to create some domestic and international business retention missions. So taking a delegation of local folks domestically to thank the corporations that have made significant investments in our community, but also doing that internationally. We have had a lot of success with international businesses. They are here regularly, but it speaks volumes when we make the effort to go and visit them across the sea. And so that would be something else that we would want to do as part of this expanded effort. And I'd be happy to answer any questions on that.
Any questions?
It's amazing, the story, isn't it? From beginning to now is an amazing story.
Absolutely. All right, so then rolling through to our IT folks, I put a black slide in there to be a separator between this and the next section. So if you could pull it back up, I'd appreciate it.
All right. Do they have it in there?
Yes, sir.
Back up. Back up. Put it back up.
Y'all back it up. She had a black, or a page in between. I was gonna wake them up before I just jumped in there.
Scared them to death. Can't just start it.
One more. There you go. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So we have a number of contracts that we've worked through. There's the economic development services delivery that we continue to do. There's the NWACO digital attraction and regional awareness campaign, and then there's our business and education initiative that we've began working on. So the chamber request, again, is for the traditional work that we've done on the next slide, is to continue at the same funding level, that $199,500 for the business development, the business retention expansion program, and employer recognition program that we do, the marketing research analysis, and then the work that we're doing on entrepreneurship and small business assistance. So that remains the same moving forward. On the next slide with the In Waco campaign, the strategy has been very successful, and I can give you, on the next slide, I'll give you some results. But the 2024 strategy has been to continually look at organic content through Facebook and LinkedIn and Twitter. We've really invested in the paid search ads in targeted geographies. We've also done audio streaming in targeted geographies. So if you're listening to your Spotify or your Pandora for free, you have to listen to commercials. And so there's a commercial about the community that's read. And so you have to listen so far and so there's a great listening rate that goes along with that. We're doing podcast advertising. We're doing digital and print advertising as well. So we're out there a lot, and that's the strategy rolling forward. Because what we found is that there are certain phrases and terminology that really resonate with people as they're looking at where we pop up, especially on the paid search ads. So what's that look like for us? So we've seen increases in every one of our metrics for the year, 186,000 views and 98,000 users. On the impressions for the paid impressions, 959,000 plus impressions since we launched the program, and a 7.6% click-through rate. That click-through rate was less than 6% last year, so we're seeing an increase there. On the organic Google searches, that number increased as well, and the click-through rate also improved. With the audio streaming, we're now at over 1.5 million impressions. So people that have heard that advertisement, over 1.5 million people have heard that advertisement. And so Waco is going to be top of mind for them on something. So if they start thinking about, hey, I'm thinking about moving to Texas, where should I be looking? Having heard that maybe multiple times, they're going to look at Waco as an option. And then with our Facebook and Instagram, we're not doing paid investments in that one is any longer. We found that we got a better return on investment by doing the paid search ads. And so the growth there is just through organic things that we're doing as an organization and pushing information out about In Waco. And then the same with our LinkedIn is that it's really we've seen much higher return on investment with the paid search ads than anything else. So we feel like that's probably the area that we're going to continue to invest in, adding video content to the things that we're doing as well. So keeping it fresh messaging, but also making sure that we're consistent in the things that we're putting out there. And so our request for that is to maintain the $50,000 for funding that we've seen over the past 2 years. So thank you for your commitments for this. And we are seeing good results with it. And I will say that we're looking at best practices when it comes to other locations. We're doing an intercity visit to Raleigh-Durham later in September, and they have an initiative very similar to the In Waco. So it validates the things that we're doing when we see others doing very similar things. And then when we talk about the last,
want to go to Raleigh-Durham and you have it in your budget, you got room for it, you might want to go to that.
Yeah, please let us know. It will be a great visit.
When is it again?
The week of September.
11.
It's 11th through the 13th. September 11th through the 13th. And then with the Chamber Business and Education Initiative, that's really been the way to bring education and the business community together. And we've seen really great results coming forth with that. And Tiffany and the team have done a great job of pulling information together. They've started the talent pipeline management program, utilizing Skills Engine, which is a paid platform that allows us to do a lot of things that connects with our higher education partners. We've been working to expand the LEAD program, not only in the number of mentors, but the number of mentees. The number of high schools has expanded as well. We've incorporated job shadow days. The biggest thing is being able to get the business community to buy into these things. They're opening their doors, and they're doing that. They just for this summer wrapped up their first teacher externship program, and those stipends for those teachers was funded through a grant from HowMet. So the business community is starting to engage in that. We had employers that were willing to open their doors and let these teachers in to learn. The teachers have a commitment on the back end to incorporate something that they garnered from their externship experience into the classroom, into a lesson plan. And so really bringing something of value to the students and making the school experience speak more into the work experience. And so our request for that, and we can just skip over to the next slide. Our total request for this is maintains the same level of funding. So the $199.5 for the ED services, the $50,000 in support of the In Waco campaign, and then continuation of the Business and Education Initiative at $125,000. So our total request remains the same from the last fiscal year of $374,500. And then I have another blank slide, so I'm not done. One more. There you go. And then with the Spaceport Development Corporation, not seeking any additional funding here above where we were. So we were at $12,500 last year. We're requesting actually a reduction at $10,500 for this. We did not do the National Business Aviation Association conference this year. I think we want to evaluate to see if there's something else that provides more value and return on investment in our search for opportunities in the commercial space industry. We would love to have someone from the Spaceport Development Corporation join the DC Fly-In. There's been some changes at the state level where the governor has established a new space commission. And so with that, we're trying to understand where Spaceport Development Corporations fit into this new model. And so that remains to be seen because the governor's space commission has not been staffed yet. They've created a board, but they don't have any staff members to do things yet.
Do we have any board members? Do we have anyone in our area that's on that board? Or do
Not
we
on
have
the
any
commission, no, sir.
Connections with them or anything?
No, sir. So Jim Allman serves on the Governor's Aviation and Aerospace Advisory Board.
Okay.
And he is our representative for that.
Okay.
And so there will be some kind of connectivity between the Space Commission and the advisory board, but the governor's staff is still trying to figure out what that's going to look like.
Okay.
And so we wanted to have some money set aside, but we don't think that we'll need a tremendous amount.
Okay.
So,
That it?
yes, sir.
Back on in Waco, that's one that's kind of squishy, I guess. It's hard to really say or tell, what actually comes out the back end. What do we get for it? But like I told Matt, I said, y'all, you need to keep watching it, and if it's not doing what you think it's going to do, let's switch. Let's have that money to try something else
Yes,
on
sir.
another deal. But I trust that y'all think this is working good and all that, but it is a little bit hard to
It is.
see the back end of it, the ROI for sure, But the others, I do see the ROI, and any other questions or comments? Anybody have? Okay.
All right. Thank y'all. Appreciate your time and
All right.
your continued support.
All right. Take care. Okay. What else, Francis?
So I guess if we want to have Anna join us again and continue where we left off there.
I thought you had to be
Well,
somewhere at
I
4:30.
just put it off
Oh,
for
okay.
20 minutes, so,
I didn't know.
let's go to, we can go another 15 minutes till 4:30,
Okay.
if that helps.
Thank you.
You're kind of a slow talker, so,
And I talked too
well,
fast.
we're kind of slow thinkers at this time of day. I am, anyway.
Really well.
I need Anna's like composure.
I was just crunching numbers back there to build a scenario that we discussed for bringing
Okay.
positions to minimum. And so I wanted to present that number to see if that seemed like a more acceptable method of implementing the structure. And so applying the 3.11 cost of living adjustment first to all budgeted salaries, and then addressing the positions still below minimum, which goes, doing that method, instead of addressing 68 positions, we're actually addressing 35 positions only. And that total number is $1,477,975. So rather than trying to take the chunk of 231,000 to bring positions to minimum, that number for those remaining positions after COLA is applied is only $165,314.
Okay.
Did that sound like a more feasible method for implementing the structure, or were there any other scenarios that the court wanted to see?
I like the scenario that we're using in that
Okay.
process. It seems to.
What?
So no one gets less than the COLA is what it amounts to. Yeah.
Right, everybody gets minimum
Yeah.
COLA.
And some
then-
get a windfall.
So the average for those positions that are remaining above,
It's a little more than what you originally,
the original cost for how I was initially proposing was 1.5 million.
yeah. So the original, so the total cost now is $1,643,000.
No, 1,400,000, it's less. It's,
1,477,975.
Right,
And that's with the 3.11
yes.
to all the employees?
To all non-step participating positions, that includes applying COLA across the board for those positions.
Okay.
And then for those 35 remaining positions below minimum, it brings them to minimum.
So the COLA did it for some of them.
It did, for a good chunk of them, yes. For close to half.
Got any other good news?
We got through our big ticket items.
That is good.
Well, and you know, with that being said, I mean, I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I'm in no mood for any more personnel related additions, especially with $1,600,000, approximately $1,600,000 to go on the added to the sheriff's.
I'm gonna make a request, and I'm gonna honor whatever you guys do, but I know I can't continue to operate the way I am. We're getting too far behind. And,
Your guys?
yeah,
Well, and I've given that a lot of thought this year too myself. If we don't, which we may not have the money to do what we originally set about doing, but I would certainly support adding people to your precinct, whether or not we start with the full 4 or go with 2 this year, 2 next year, whatever you think works. And if through God's good grace, there's any extra time and they can do any other type of work, so be it, but I don't think that would happen.
no. We got 4 months of work right now in the right of ways with brush, but that's what I was telling the judge the other day, 800 miles of ditches.
Well,
And we just don't And from a ratio perspective,
You're way, yeah,
Way out of
you're
whack.
way high on ratio miles per employee.
I'm gonna ask, but I'm gonna honor whatever the decision of the board is. I'm not
I've
gonna-
already committed to that in my mind.
So I think if you can bring the numbers and all that, y'all got those,
Yeah, he's got.
And that's what tomorrow, the plan is to spend now that we've gotten through kind of these bigger countywide items, is to actually go through the adds to staff. The salary adjustments, because we're prioritizing just bringing folks to minimum at this point. Salary adjustments, unless they're way below maybe like a 0.8 ratio from the new market midpoint, HR is leaving those as kind of up in the air if the court wants to address them this year or would prefer to defer those for the following fiscal year. So the main kind of emphasis tomorrow will be adds to staff.
well, and I'm not saying I don't agree with Commissioner Jones with some exceptions, but I think we need to look at every request, and then we can still come to the same conclusion. But I'd like to see what they are to be sure I understand what the need is. And I looked at a report that Zane provided me that's pretty shocking about the amount of bridge and low water crossings we got in front of us. And even though those may be farmed out, they're still, Road and Bridge has to prep it and be prepared for it and all those things. And I put them in the category, at least to a certain extent, of deferred maintenance. And, you know, that will eat our lunch somewhere down the road. It's like, that's why you use COLA. That's why you use things to keep up and don't.
Well, I think you made you made a statement about that list that Zane sent, is that they've got to be addressed, and most likely it's going to be addressed, contracting it, it's going to be put on bond funds and.
Yeah, it will.
And contracted out.
Right, but my point.
We just got to move forward with it.
Yeah, but my point is really a
Whatever it
little bit of
takes.
support at looking at precinct 4's request. It can't be shorthanded, even though those jobs are gonna be farmed out. They've got, road and bridge are very much, local road and bridge very much involved in those projects and.
We're not farming out that 800 miles of
No.
No, no, you're getting to farm that yourself.
That's farm, yeah, you get to farm all that in Bailey.
But you don't, deferred maintenance becomes a real issue when you start experiencing growth. That's when you realize.
We let
should've.
in my mind, we let your precinct get behind. And it shouldn't have happened. It was a combination of rapid growth and just dragging our feet, not getting some equity there amongst them.
I agree with the growth and things like that.
But I also know that we need to be very cognizant of the budget.
Oh, yeah.
That's in.
But I want to look at every request just so I understand that I don't want to just blindly make a, decision. I want to.
My leanings are with Will. but I still wanna
I'm
see
just.
You still want to see them.
I'm just telling you my mood, that's all.
No, I'm just trying to say, out of respect for those people that are asking for that, I'd like to see what their reasoning is.
And like in previous years, we'll bring up that position request list that breaks down each request line by line. And we'll kind of go through first, adds to staff, and then from there, salary requests that the court wants to look at.
Okay, anything else come before the court today?
We can't wait till tomorrow.
I know it, so we're posted through tomorrow, so we will just recess until 9 a.m. in the morning.
Great.
Pick it up from there. Thank you. Hey, I appreciate everybody's time, really, I think we did some good work.
Yeah, we did.
Recording stopped.
Hey.
Critical thing.